what a finish. What a man.
The drum roll finishes, and the target is...
And it comes on finals night, and it's a knockout.
Dirty Harrison!
Gets the ball this time. 1-2-7. If Jimmy goes one better, and he does. Huge hit.
To kick off the day of a tough club checkout. 1-2-4 goes. It's a 12-darter. Not another tops.
That is beautiful.
And a double 16. He only needs a 1. Hello, good evening. Welcome along to the Modus Super Series from the Live Lounge here in Portsmouth. Week 9 of the process here in Series 10. And we've got some big names in action for you this evening. It's been quite the week here already in Portsmouth. And these are the 6 players that are jousting it out for tonight's weekly title. Jamie Atkins has had some close shaves here in the past. The man from the Midlands is looking to cross the finishing line for the first time tonight. Steve West is looking for an unassailable 6th weekly win here in Portsmouth, and after a slow start, he's played his best as the weeks come to a close. Tommy Lishman has had a stellar start to 2025, run up on the Challenge Tour, numerous Pro Tour appearances, but a win here tonight would top all of those achievements. Charlie Martin had a great 2024 on the ADC circuit, runner-up at the Tour Championship, quarter-finalist at the Globals. He's going to continue his development into 2025. James Richardson is a stalwart of this place, but that weekly win is something that's eluded him. But inspired by the Evans family, it'll be an emotional occasion if he crosses the line. Mervyn King was a big-name arrival here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. The fire's still in the belly, and a first title here at the Super Series is very much in his view. Yeah, Mervyn King is very much the star attraction here in Portsmouth this evening, making his debut in this competition this week. And earlier on this evening, Paul Nicholson had a chat with the King to talk about his experiences so far on the South Coast.
We're here with Mervyn King on the stage just ahead of Saturday night, a first Saturday night for you here, Mervyn. You must be very excited about what's about to happen.
It's all new, so anything new is exciting, isn't it? You know, can't wait to get started, to be fair.
You've mentioned that it has been very quiet in here over the last 5 days. Just give us an insight into what it's been like to getting used to the quiet nature of this place without fans.
5 days? We've been here 5 days?
We have been here 5 days.
Feels like a month. It's different. I mean, just hardly any noise at all. So it's going to be a complete contrast tonight with the fans in. So back to what we're used to, I suppose. You know.
We've spoken to many players over the last couple of years since we came here about the rigours of playing 5 days leading into Saturday. Give us an indication of just how difficult it can be to play Monday to Friday.
Don't really know how to explain it, really. I'm just drained. Early starts, and then later on in the week it's late finish, and it just saps your energy and your mental strength as well. And with me being sort of only just over 40, you know, it's yeah, I suppose that affects me a little bit more than the younger players.
Obviously, there was a little bit of disappointment with Wednesday not winning Group A, but you bounced back phenomenally well by being unbeaten over Thursday and Friday. That must make you feel happy.
Yeah, but to be fair, I mean, I had a little bit of luck there. I didn't play particularly well. The first day I played reasonable darts on the Monday. Tuesday and Wednesday I got what I deserved. I didn't play well enough, so simple as that. Didn't play particularly well on Thursday and Friday either, but I got away with some things. There were some good darts and there were some bad darts. You know, it's a sport at the end of the day, and it's the squidgy organic bit that, i.e. me, that doesn't work properly sometimes. And when that happens, then the form is not what it should be.
Has it helped having some familiar faces here this week in your debut week?
Yeah, I mean, it's meet some old friends and made some new ones. You know, that's a good thing.
Looking forward to 2025, there's a lot ahead of you because we've spoken to Steve Beaton and Richie Burnett since they came off the tour. They say they're busier than ever. Do you anticipate that?
It's mental. It is absolutely mental. There's so much more that I can play in now. Whether I choose to or not is a different matter. But yeah, it seems to be that I could live out of a suitcase more this year than I've been the past 27, 30 years.
We've spoken to someone from your neck of the woods, and Darren Webster, last year, and he said it was nice to have the choice to play in different places. Do you feel that way?
Yeah, definitely. It's sort of it was a bit gutting when I lost my card, but soon got over it when I realised that the Modus Super Series, and then with my age, the seniors, and then it's just so much to play in. But only if you want to. You haven't got to do it. So I can pretty much pick and choose what I want to play in now.
Last thing from us before we let you go back to the practice room, which everybody knows we love you. You love to spend time there. But is there anything that you really want to win this year ahead of maybe getting your tour card back in 2026? What really sticks out for you?
I'd like to win one of the seniors majors. So it's all guns blazing for that, I hope.
That is after tonight, though, isn't it? Because tonight, this could be your night.
Yeah, we're looking further afield, further down the line. But this, obviously, is the first hurdle. Maybe, who knows? If that's my night.
We wish you all the best, Merv. Good luck.
Cheers, thank you.
Paul Nicholson there asking the questions. He joins us here in the studio. And how would you say Mervyn King has dealt with his debut week here at the Super Series?
He got off to a really good start. Best average of the week was in his first game. I think he's done really well. I think when you're in your late 50s and you're about to play for 5 days, he didn't know that at the time though, but he's played superbly well. He's challenged in Group A. He has done an excellent job of responding to what happened at the end of Wednesday, because Group A was in his hands the whole time. He was trying to go wire to wire, but was pipped at the end. But his response after that has told us that he's still got a resolute nature about him, and he's going to be tested again tonight.
Because he won Group B and he did so winning all 8 of his matches. And this is how the table looked. 16 points to his name, 8 wins from 8. Charlie Martin and James Richardson, the other players to make it through. Mervyn King joins an illustrious list of names to have won every single game in a Group B campaign. In fact, he's the third player to do it in this particular series. And Mervyn puts himself in a list with some very, very established, some legends of this particular build.
Yeah, Bo Greaves obviously was the first person to win every game in Group B and then go on to win all 4 games on Saturday night. Derek Coulson has done the same in this series. Now, if Mervyn was to go on and win tonight, we are going to start talking about Group B the way that we were talking about Group C in the previous series. There are patterns that do emerge, but I think tonight Mervyn will have to learn very quickly that Saturday nights are very different to Monday to Friday, because his first game this evening will have fans and it will be a lot more jocular out there, and I think he'll enjoy that.
Well, Mervyn King there getting the better of James Richardson. That was to complete the 8 from 8. James would also make it through, but he had to make hard work of it in the end.
6 points doesn't get you through very often. That's a fact. So the fact that he's done it on this occasion means that he's had help. And when he was losing his last match in the early hours of this morning, he was thinking, right, okay, I'll sit down and watch this last game and see if things go my way. But he was very nearly on his way back to Northampton.
So James Richardson also through. The other player to have made it out of Group B on Thursday and Friday night was Charlie Martin. We saw him have a good end to the year last year. He was the Tour finalist. He was the Global Championship quarter-finalist. Is this year about progression for him, and how would you say he's progressed through this particular group?
I think he's done really well. He had a lovely start, and he was never really in trouble in this group, which is something I really admire. So getting a good start and just maintaining a really solid stance, and whenever you get double-figure points in a Group B situation, you've done something very right, that's for sure. But progression in 2025 is definitely what he's looking for.
Well, that was Thursday and Friday night. Thursday and Friday afternoon was all about Group C, and it was Steve West that go on to win that particular group. 5 wins from 5 on his opening day. He got the job done eventually on Friday. Tommy Lishman, the other player to join him, Michael Huntley missing out narrowly. In terms of Steve West, was it a case of him getting better as the week went along?
I think, yes, something's changed from Wednesday to Thursday, though. He played some decent stuff in Group A, but he was never really in a position to challenge for the top spot. So I think the way that Steve operates, he'll understand that he was trying to figure out what to use when it came to Thursday and Friday. A consultation with his wife Michelle on Wednesday night was very useful because they were able to give Steve some perspective about how to utilize the pressure he was under and to maybe relieve that a little bit. So when he came back Thursday, he looked refreshed, he looked ready, and maybe playing a little bit later in the day helped him to get off to a brilliant start.
Monday didn't quite go to plan. However, he then almost pinned the 9-darter right at the very end of that particular session.
Let's face facts. Steve is one of the biggest 180 hitters of the last 20 years. Stats will back that up. And when his first dart clicks, we are always on a 9-dart watch. He's got 2 in this building. He's hit 1 against Luke Littler. So there's another quest for him now. He wants to be the person who has the most weekly titles, and he wants to be the person to hit more of these potentially than anybody. It just so happens that number 3 will have to wait.
Number 3 will have to wait for Steve West. Tommy Lishman was the other player to make it through. Look, he's had such a good start to 2025. Challenge Tour final, had some decent runs on the Pro Tour, but maybe not quite the vintage of January and February going into this particular tournament.
Not at all. I think Tommy would admit that. He was talking to us in here yesterday saying that he was better on Friday than he was on Thursday. That's absolutely true. But at times, he's looked a little bit ragged. But the fact that he was still able to qualify when it came to the end of Friday's session, and he didn't look like he was under much pressure, I think it just goes to show the progression that he's made in being able to play under different types of pressure. If he's saving his best for last, everyone's got a problem tonight.
So that was what happened in the latter ends of the week. The week began with Jamie Atkins winning Group A on Wednesday afternoon. 24 points to his name. He played Mervyn King in a winner-takes-all game. He averaged 103.5 in that particular match. And it felt like when push came to shove with Jamie, that was when he found his best darts.
The thing that proves that is that he played 14 games before he played Mervyn King in the final round on Wednesday. Only twice did he average over 90. And then he goes and averages 103 against King when the pressure is at its highest, and he was able to find a little bit more intensity as well. We know that Jamie, as an international and a great tournament player, can find really good performances, but the ability to find his best one just when he needed it, that's something he can take into tonight.
Well, let's have a look at tonight's action then and show you the groups that are in play, because there seems to be a mixture of youth and experience here. Jamie Atkins, Charlie Martin, Tommy Lishman, very much new to the big stage lights, even though they've achieved a lot. Wise, King, West, Richardson. There's nothing as far as they're concerned that is going to faze them.
Not at all. I think James, if anything, is under the least pressure because he didn't expect to be here, considering 6 points was his total in Group B. But amazing experience in Group 2. We can't wait to get our teeth into that. But opportunity knocks in our first section because Tommy Lishman will be the favourite in my opinion, even though Jamie Atkins won Group A. But Charlie Martin can have a free roll tonight because the other two are expected to get through.
Well, Mervyn King is the favourite to go on and win this evening. He's 15-8 with the odds compilers. Is there any value anywhere, though?
There's value wherever you look because I can't remember a time where the odds have been so tight between the 6 players. To have the outsider at 8-1 only, that shows you that everybody has the capability of winning tonight. But I'm not surprised to see Jamie and Mervyn at the top. It could be a question of who's got what left in what tank. Because Steve West, even though physically he's probably the one that struggles the most with darts, he's the one who's played the most games again. Mervyn has played 5 days leading up to this. We're about to find out whether Jamie having 2 days off helps him or hinders him.
What are you expecting from tonight?
Unpredictability. I wouldn't be surprised if somebody unexpected wins tonight. Remember that night that Adam Paxton won Everybody thought it was going to be somebody else. Who's to say it won't be Charlie Martin's night?
So go on then. You know, I'm going to put you on the spot, off the fence. Who do you reckon's going to win?
This is tough for me to give you something objective because Steve and Mervyn are two of my best friends. But I'm going to say Charlie Martin. I think he might be inspired tonight, and it could be his night.
It is 18 plus, gambleaware.org if you're going to have a flutter on the Super Season. Right, let's get into the action then, shall we? Game 1 of the night sees Tommy Lishman go head-to-head with Jamie Atkins. And earlier on this evening, Jack Garwood caught up with both players.
Tommy, welcome back to Saturday night. How are you feeling ahead of tonight's action?
Feeling good. It's been a nice day, chilled out, not done a lot. Just ready for it. I'm excited.
It's been a red-hot start to 2025 for you. We've seen some great form from you on the Challenge Tour and qualifying for the UK Open. Are you hoping that translates to tonight?
Yeah, 100%. I've played as well as anybody else in there tonight. Tonight I've just got to do what I've been doing. If I do what I've been doing, I should be all right.
Obviously, you've got the history of a 9-darter here. We're yet to see one in front of a crowd here on a Saturday night. Is that something you've got in your locker?
It's something I've got in the locker, absolutely, but it's not anything I've been thinking about. It's just win. That's all I've done this week. It is just about get the win.
Your good friend Reece Robinson already into Champions Night. You hoping you can join him there?
Yeah, it'd be good. Yeah, he's classy, Reece. He's been doing all right. It would be nice to be with him.
Does seeing how well he's played in this building and the success he's had motivate you?
Yeah, he does, yeah. It's nice that there's a few of us from Hull doing it as well. It's something to live up to. So I've come down here, I've played well every time. I've just not had the success. He comes down here, plays well every time. He's got a lot of success down here, and it's something I'm aiming to do. Want to catch him.
Looking ahead to tonight, tough start, tough group to be honest. But how are you feeling?
I'm feeling good. They're all tough groups. It's 6 good players. It's going to be hard, no matter who you play. Coming straight up against the Group A winner. So this is new to me. Last time I was here, I was Game 4, Game 6. So I had a lot of time to prepare in the back room. Tonight, I'm straight in against the form man.
We'll let you go and get ready for that. All the best, Tommy.
Thank you. Cheers, mate.
Jamie, welcome back to Portsmouth. I know you've had a couple of days rest since winning Group A. How are you feeling ahead of tonight's action?
Feel relaxed. It's nice to get home for a couple of days. Not experienced that before, so yeah, it feels nice to go and see the family for a bit.
Yeah, that was the first thing you said to me when you won on Wednesday, wasn't it? I get to go home, the smile on your face. Is that something that you were really targeting at the start of the week?
At the start of the week, no. But as it got into Wednesday, I was looking more and more forward to it. So yeah.
Obviously, you've been here a number of times before, but this was the first time you managed to run a card as well. Are you just ticking off the achievements as you go now to build yourself into this gradually?
Yeah, I feel that this place on debut is very difficult. And the more and more you get into it, the more relaxed and more comfortable you feel.
Do you hope that translates to the action this evening?
I do. I'll come and see how it goes, I suppose.
You played for England before. Your England teammates are away this weekend. Have you been keeping an eye on them as well?
Only certain people, so I don't know how the results have gone. I noticed online that England weren't faring too great earlier on.
Yeah, I won't tell you the current score then. Looking ahead to tonight, tough group of players in there, but how are you feeling setting your stall out?
Yeah, it's a mixed group, isn't it? Tommy, we know how good Tommy is on the Challenge Tour at the moment. I've only ever played Charlie once, so we'll see how it goes.
Perfect. Well, all the best this evening, mate.
Thank you.
If Jamie goes one better, and he does.
On the second leg.
Huge
Jamie
hit.
Atkins.
Absolutely sublime.
Big moment.
Big moment.
Two players who've had a really good 12 months going head-to-head in the first game of the evening session as Jamie Atkins goes up against Tommy Lishman. For the pair, they're both looking for a first weekly title here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. Should be quite the night ahead of us, so let's hand over to your commentary team. We've already heard from Paul Nicholson tonight. He's alongside Jack Garwood in the commentary box.
Thank you, Henry. Yeah, it really is Jamie Atkins, as Mervyn King just said there. Really looking forward to this evening. What a fantastic 6 players we have lined up. Starting with Jamie Atkins, the 36-year-old England international from Warwick. Winner of Group A earlier this week. And he'll be taking on Tommy Lishman, the 29-year-old from Hull, as you heard there. Looking to emulate his good friend Reece Robinson and book his spot into Champions Week. Paul Nicholson is alongside me for this evening's action. And Paul, a really interesting game to start tonight.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to this one because, like Jamie was saying, he knows a lot about Tommy. He knows all of his capabilities. So now they go head-to-head to see who gets the jump on everybody. Who gets that first win tonight? Mr. Hinks at the helm. That can only mean one thing. It could be 180 time from the off. But Jamie Atkins, who won Group A, he will play Game 1 and Game 5. If he doesn't get a win in this first game, he will have a lot of time to think about it.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. First leg is Jamie.
It's one of those interesting things that goes on with the fixtures on a Saturday night, isn't it, Paul? And the way that this tournament is laid out, you get 2 days to think about this game, and then you get a sizable amount of time to think about the next one if this one doesn't quite go to plan.
85.
I couldn't agree more. I've heard from a lot of Group A winners over the years saying, actually, can we choose when we play?
64.
And the answer is a firm no. It is set out in stone that if you win in the first 3 days, you get the first game on Saturday night, and you have to wait until Game 5 for your second. Sneakily, some people prefer other positions. Things like
139.
Charlie Martin, for instance, playing Game 3 and Game 5. He's the other person in this group.
100.
To be fair, though, as the Group A winner, you come in, you get a chance with the arrows, game number 1, big win on the board, you can be qualified before you pick your darts up again.
108.
I knew it wouldn't be long before we get our first one. We saw it last week, didn't we? You can win your first game 4-0, and then all you need is one leg in your next game to make sure you're in the final 4.
WK 118.
Jamie leaves himself on something he's hit this week. But what kind of form is Tommy in? Now, he didn't look at the treble 16 for
94.
Bull there. That's an interesting
WK
play.
160.
Didn't start on the 18s either, which has been the Mervyn King route for the week. The wrong route, might I add, but it has been the Mervyn King route. Atkins unable to take the 160.
60. Tommy O'Carr 24.
Leaves the ton, but it's advantage Lishman. 3 in hand at the double 12. Can't really call either of those a marker.
12.
And
Jamie
he's missed
O'Carr
that by a
100.
long way, Paul Nicholson.
Yeah. Different postcodes to the one that he wanted. And Atkins gets a look to take this first leg. He's going to go 16s. How many of them can he find? He needs 5.
68. Tommy O'Carr 12.
Just on the outside. Mervyn King fever, that route. Seems to be having more of an impact on the players as well, but Lishman for the opening leg. Just above the double 10. Left-handers tend to favour that side, but now in the trap door, the way Tommy's darts kick up, he's got to move.
6.
A lot of those darts at double have
32.
missed by some distance. Jamie can count himself very fortunate to be coming back for this.
Game shown
So he takes the lead.
Jamie Atkins.
And he's got plenty of fans in the crowd. I
Second
wonder
leg,
if Tommy
first.
Morris is one
Game
of them.
on.
A man who definitely knows where the cameras are in this building.
More than most.
I wonder if we'll get the famous Tommy Gunn celebration next week when he takes part.
100.
I'd like to think so. I think he's overdue a weekly title, but then again, many are. Jamie actually has a weekly champion friend in the crowd here tonight.
57.
That's Danny Lauby.
I'm very glad the two players in the crowd aren't playing at the moment because they
24.
are rapid between them.
They certainly are. Danny on the Pro Tour at the moment. And maybe that's something that Jamie wants to do
100.
in the future. Right? Hence the maybe, because it's not for everybody. Jamie's got a good job. He's very close with his family. He's got
41.
other priorities, and that makes another player in the crowd, Andy Davis, and they're all here.
The camera spotting.
96.
Yeah, it does make nights like tonight particularly important if this is something you're earmarking as opposed to Pro Tour action.
Yeah, no, I've not had that conversation with Jamie. Andy, I know, was meant to be at Q School early this year, but unfortunately wasn't able to attend. That's something that he's definitely got on his radar, especially with the success that he's had in this building in particular in 2024.
78.
Tommy Lishman, another that was at Q School earlier this year, has played really well on the Challenge Tour, made him a final on the opening day.
Yeah, then a semi-final, so backed it up well.
41. Jamie Carr, 170.
We haven't had one this week. Are we going to get one on a Saturday night, a la Jimmy Owens? We'll have to press pause on that for now.
68. Tony Carr, 155.
Lishman needs a biggie just to hold his throw here. Doesn't get the first treble, so Atkins will be coming back for 102 regardless of what Tommy can muster up with the rest of this visit. There's a chance for Atkins to get the early break. Lishman missed multiple darts in the opening leg to steal it against the darts. But it's Atkins who wants his favourite double 16 for the two-leg cushion.
70.
Interestingly,
Tommy Carr, 58.
there was a big pause between dart 2 and 3 there, showing the discomfort of the situation. Because earlier in the week he wasn't doing that, and Tommy hasn't been doing this. Those pauses are about
game
anxiety, and that will make you feel better.
For Jamie in particular on that,
first.
when he played
Game
his
on.
best darts in Group A was when he was quick to the oche and got all three darts in hand and back out very, very quickly. The performance against Mervyn King was played at just a little bit faster pace than he played with at times throughout the week, and I think that's something that
100.
Jamie needs to adopt more regularly. A bit like in dodgeball, you've got to get angry. Jamie Atkins has got to play with a little bit more purpose, because when he flows around the dartboard, he's been far more dangerous this week.
100.
And he might need it as well. Is this the point where Tommy kicks in?
100.
You mentioned the word angry. Scott Mitchell was here on Wednesday, and he has coined Jamie the Angry Fish.
Jamie's a bit taller than me, so I wasn't going to bring that one up. Scott's got a bit on Jamie, but...
Oh, this one's firmly on
60.
Scott Mitchell's shoulders, but Scott is at Skegness tonight playing for his country. Much like our other colleague Laura Turner, who
140.
played last night, unfortunately lost out to Rhiannon O'Sullivan in a very tight game.
Welcome to international darts.
Yeah, if it was easy, everybody would do it.
97.
And only half the
Jamie
players
Carr,
make it
161.
to Saturday night in a weekly sense here. 6 survive, 6 go home.
55. Tommy Carr,
Treble from Atkins then.
164.
Lishman with the long shot to begin. Could have used the 19s for 2 to go bullseye, but opted to go up.
81. Jamie Carr,
Bit of a deflection with that
106.
last start. Is it advantage Atkins once more? Hesitates. He looked at 10 or a 6 to start with. He's gone that way again for a dart at tops.
86.
Hesitation
Tommy
on what to go
83.
for.
And
Interesting.
changed his MO. He's a double 16 man and has been all week.
Absolutely. He's had a very checkered relationship with tops and 10s and 5s. It is the bull for a 2-1 lead.
58.
There's a little bit of a shadow on it, but the point's not in it.
Atkins back for double 10. He's not the only one that struggled in this segment throughout this week. Tommy Lishman's had his own troubles
Game
down
shot
there,
of
as is
fire,
Charlie
Jamie
Martin, but
Atkins.
no such troubles for Jamie Atkins on this occasion.
Full flight,
And he's
Tommy
back in the
first.
lead.
Game on.
Do you have a Chad?
Somebody spelt Chaz wrong. Chaz is also in Skegness
100.
playing for England. Just looking through the win percentages of the week, Mervyn King has played 23 games and has won 78% of them. That's really, really good. Albeit, it's always going to be good when you win 100% of your Group B games. But the best win percentage of the week belongs
85.
to Jamie Atkins. 12 wins from 15 for 80%.
36.
Be hoping to increase that percentage just a little bit more now. Lishman, though, with
60.
the darts in this one, he's slapped the door slightly ajar. One treble visit for Atkins. Still advantage Lishman. 2 trebles or more. Jamie Atkins would have the
100.
destiny of this leg in his own hands.
Well, this game is gradually getting better. They're eating away at the numbers. They've gone from about 78, brought it up by 5 points each.
44.
Get the feeling the best leg of this match is going to be the last one. That could be a 5th leg. Could be a 6th or a 7th.
121.
That one, it echoes what happened to Lishman in the previous leg. And it means that Atkins is still in 3 dart range instead of something that can be taken with 2.
Jamie Carr, 104.
Which is exactly what happened to Tommy. He would have left 64 or 24. Plan B for Atkins
48.
doesn't go to plan. So it's Lishman back for 1-1-2 to level us up once again.
Question here is, does Tommy need Plan B? Plan B is 62nd. And someone
42.
as creative as
Jamie Carr,
Tommy, I am
56.
amazed that he didn't use the treble 18 there.
Just give himself that open bed. Atkins, though, 56. Opts for tops once again. A little bit high to be a marker.
Game shot the 4th leg.
But he adjusts beautifully, and Jamie Atkins 3-1 to the good in his
leg,
opening
Jamie,
match,
to
in the opening
reverse.
match of the evening.
I'll tell you what, I think Tommy Lishman's been thrown to the wolves here. He's having a bit of a Del Boy moment on the table
Game on.
because I think he's starting to realise he's not playing well in this group here tonight. This is nowhere near what he's been doing on the Pro Tour and the Challenge Tour.
100.
But he's also heard the noise of the Atkins fans. And with Charlie Martin in this group as well, his fans won't be quiet.
100.
It's actually Lishman who is trying to keep everybody silent.
The other thing is, I think Tommy's one of them that knows the format quite intricately.
134.
And knowing that your opponent is throwing for a 4-1 win makes your job even more difficult in that second game, because you don't just have to win that, you have to win convincingly
81.
to secure passage, or you're relying on results going in your favour.
Well, let's try and put it into numerical order. If you do lose 4-1, you'll have 0 points and -3 leg difference.
59.
In order to qualify automatically from your second game, you'll have to win it 4-0. If you don't, you're relying on the person who beats you in the first game to
140.
beat the other person as well.
The intricacies of a Saturday night here at the Super Series.
140.
Jamie Atkins doesn't care for intricacies. He just wants to blow Tommy Lishman out of the water in this 5th leg. And he's first to a finish.
Well, what do you use to blow someone out of the
140.
water?
Jamie Carr, 68.
You might as well call him a torpedo and not an angry fish. Double 16 for a tremendous start on finals night in week 9.
52.
Not yet.
Jamie Carr, 40. Game shot the
Great
5th
dart
leg.
from Tommy Lishman. Gets himself back to within 1, and he's throwing here in leg
6
6.
leg, Tommy to throw first.
Bit of a
Game
puzzled
on.
look from Jamie Atkins over at the table. Double 16 has been so reliable for him this week, and it just hasn't been at the end of his fingertips like it has for the rest of the week so far.
100.
Still taking those averages up incrementally.
Perhaps even more impressive than the dart tops from Tommy
60.
as well. The 2 for the 140 in the treble in the previous visit. We saw him have troubles with the adjustment on the 112 attempt in the leg before. To float
43.
not one but two over the top to leave tops was really impressive from Tommy.
He's got all the tricks. It's about knitting them together to make wins.
97.
You can give 2 knitting needles and a great ball of yarn to someone. Doesn't mean they can knit.
It's not a skill I've ever developed, I'll be honest.
138.
Home economics was a bit different for me at school.
Yeah, I was too busy making loaves of bread and then asking to be excused so I could play
74.
darts in the sixth form room.
We had a pool table, not a dartboard. We weren't trusted with sharp, pointy things.
60.
Well, Lishman does get to a finish first this time. We may be going the distance in our first game of the night, unless Jamie's got something up his sleeve.
140.
Is there such a thing as a little angry fish?
They want to reel it in regardless if Tommy Lishman can't take out the 160, and that's a wild first dart. Nice
84.
recovery in the end.
Jim Car 130.
Atkins, as a professional, you back yourself to get a match dart here.
The bullseye is the only route. Doesn't get there.
58. Tommy Car 76.
Game on or game over situation. Simple as that. Hit this, game on.
36.
Now it could be game
Jim
over.
Car 72.
Atkins should get at least one match dart. We'll be hoping for 2 at double 12. And now it's only 1 at the bullseye. Make sure of the big number this time. That's exactly what he does, and it's a dart at the bullseye for the match for Jamie Atkins.
47. Tommy Car
2
40.
darts, 2 misses. Over 2 legs.
Game shot on the 6th.
We go the distance.
Tommy Lishman.
Tommy Lishman is just hanging on by his fingernails.
7th and final leg, Jamie to through
And Jamie
first.
Atkins is the
Game
one
on.
who has the mental battle of knowing that he's already had 2 chances to win this one.
Just a couple of moments ago, we were talking about how damaging a 4-1 loss could be to Tommy Lishman. Now, we're back level.
Just by virtue of that, even if he loses 4-3, he's undone some of the damage. If you lose 4-3 in your second game,
56.
Any
if
win,
you win by 4,
any win and you're not going home, you're guaranteed to at least throw again.
that's it.
You win 4-3, you got a chance of a 9-dart shootout.
4-2, you're through.
95.
We should put that on a Modus t-shirt, shouldn't we? 4-2, you're through. And under that, you could put, that's Modus, baby, but that's already been done.
128.
Merchandise coming soon.
Great shot. Now we should move. Well,
133.
that was a really interesting play. If he hits a single, he doesn't leave a finish. I know that Tommy's back on 317, but I'm still going to say he got that wrong.
If it's a single with a second or the third dart.
123.
He did exactly the
Jim
right thing in
133.
starting down on the 19s, but the minute he hit a single with the first dart, that second dart should have been straight back up at treble 20. However, 133 won't go for Jamie Atkins. Just laying up.
And on 133, you should go 19s first. So
93.
essentially, his last 2 visits have been a little backwards, but because he's been so good at throwing the darts into the trebles, he now, for the first time,
58.
gets multiple shots
Jim
to win this
40.
match.
Normally a double 16s man, but tops has been good for Jamie Atkins in this match.
Game shot
And
on
it
that. Jimmy
remains
Atkins.
so for Atkins. Could have got over the line in this one 4-1, but he ends up a 4-3 victor. The Group A winner eventually over the line. He'll be back later in game number 5. Good match in the end. Atkins finishing with an 88 average, 4 from 10 on the outer ring. Most of those misses come in as match darts. Lishman getting away with one in the end. Up next, Group 2, Mervyn King against James Richardson.
Are you ready to lift that trophy, Darius?
Yes.
Let's do it then. Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series 9 champion is Lucky D, Darius Labanowski!
Well, what a wonderful night of darts we have seen, and we are ready. Our champion is ready, and it's trophy time. So receive the trophy. £25,000. The new Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Mervyn And one more time, the 8th Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Mervyn And the new Modus Super Series champion is Andreas Dirty Harrison. And one more time, the 7th Modus Super Series champion. Give it up for Andreas Dirty Harrison!
The moment we've all been waiting for. Would you please show your appreciation for your Series 6 Modus Super Series champion, Scott Taylor!
One more time, your new Modus Super Series champion. He is Chucky. He is Jim McEwen.
Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series champion, retaining his title, the Nuke, Luke Littler!
Gets the ball this time.
Second leg.
1-2-7.
It's on the third leg.
Nothing.
Being shown the 6th leg.
Superb.
Yeah, we're all looking forward to seeing Mervyn King on a Saturday night here at the Super Series for the very first time. It's a debut here for the two-time BDO World Finals and the former World Masters champion. His first assignment is somebody who is so used to, so accustomed to this building in James Richardson. We heard from Mervyn earlier on tonight from Paul Nicholson. Let's hear now from James. Jack Garwood caught up with him earlier.
James, welcome back to Saturday night. How are you feeling ahead of tonight's action?
Not too bad. I mean, I got through by the skin of my teeth last night. Performance-wise, wasn't very good for me, but I'm here. Yeah, and I feel all right. I'm in the room with the rest of them. One of them's got to win it, so we'll see what happens.
On Thursday, you kind of built into the evening. You got your results at the back end. Were you hoping similar yesterday as the night unfolded?
Yeah, well, I thought we've got to kick in straight away on the Friday and get the first game win, and nothing happened. Only got one win last night. Bit of a dreadful night, really, but that's history now. Tonight's another night.
What's it like being in the practice room, waiting on results to go your way?
It was horrible. I mean, I sat in there, watched Scott's game against Max, and Max played well all night. I thought, well, this will go all the way, and fortunately, Scott played well and got the result for me. So, thank you, Scott.
It's been a bit of an emotional week for you this week. We've seen you pay tribute to Alicia Evans a number of times. Has the feeling of perhaps playing for someone else motivated you to do even better this week?
It has. I mean, the funeral was on Wednesday and it was very emotional. And then I travelled down Wednesday night to come in to start Thursday. Yeah, it was a very emotional funeral, but God bless her. You know, she's at rest now, and really, she shouldn't be where she is. She should be where, you know, we're doing what she does best. But you know, that's life. But yeah, I'm doing this for the Evans family. Yeah, you know, I'm going to start in a minute, but I mean, I did Denmark. I went Denmark a few years ago, and I won a tournament there. The week before that, my father-in-law died. So, you know, it can, you know, give you a bit of a push. So yeah, hopefully tonight it'll get me through. Hopefully, it'd be nice.
Well, hopefully you can push on with this evening, James. All the best, mate.
Cheers, Jack.
Not another top.
James Richardson.
Okay, just go for 2 of those.
Game show
That'll
the
do.
third leg, James Richardson.
There's a guarantee, isn't that right, James?
Game show the fifth
That's
leg,
right, James.
Richardson.
So game 2 of the night sees James Richardson and Mervyn King go head to head. It's a packed house here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth on this Saturday evening to see darting royalty in action. But is Mervyn King going to kick off his campaign for win, or is James Richardson going to be ruthless by name and ruthless by nature? Let's find out. Paul Nicholson, Jack Garwood.
Thanks, Henry. All of a sudden, the Live Lounge is standing room only. This is what happens when royalty's in town. And he will take on Ruthless for the 3rd time this week and the 3rd night in a row. He has an unbeaten record against James. And it has been a very good debut week for Mervyn. But the first mission has been accomplished. He is here. Other people will attest that getting to Saturday is one thing, winning on a Saturday is another. James hasn't done it. Martin Adams hasn't done it here. Robert Thornton hasn't won a Saturday in the Modus Super Series. So just because you've got a name doesn't mean you're going to get success. But you can never count out people with the experience and skill of these two gentlemen, because they have their own motives.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. First leg, Mervyn, you're through first.
Plenty
Game
in the
on,
house
thank
tonight
you.
to see the King in action. But perhaps a bit of a warning from earlier on this year. Steve Beaton in a similar position to Mervyn. Recently off the tour. Big name
100.
attraction. Made it into Saturday night, but was beaten by Richie Howson in the Legends League. There's another Modus Live Lounge legend
85.
in action later this evening in Steve West. He's got plenty of titles to his name.
Yeah, he's got 5. And he is the person with the most weekly titles.
108.
Will that be the case by the end of 2025? I wonder, because there are people trying to catch him. People like Rhys Robinson, who's already into the Champions Week in Series 10.
135.
Maybe even Derek Coulson will go on some sort of rampage. He's also in the Champions Week. The question is, will Mervyn be there as well?
100.
It's not that far away.
Plenty of players next week who have got titles to their name as well. That is a week I'm really looking forward to.
121.
This is a much better start than the first game. No shot at bull gives James a chance to hit
57.
something
James Ricard,
that he did hit
141.
to get a 9-darter against his son in our previous studio.
If I'm not mistaken, on this day 4 years ago.
105. Ricard, 64.
Correct. 4 years ago today, and he probably doesn't even know that.
This is Mervyn's den, isn't it? In the 16s corridor.
Game show on the first
Start
leg.
double.
Mervyn King.
Got to admire it.
Second leg, James to
It's
third
just
first.
classic
Game
King.
on.
And because it's the 29th of March, we have to talk about this. It is 4 years since James hit that 9-darter in Southampton against Josh Richardson. But these have actually got something in common. Because Mervyn hit a 9-darter on the 29th of March 2009 at the then Ricoh Arena in Coventry. They used to have a rolling bonus for 9-darters on the PDC Pro Tour.
100.
Mervyn got a rather large bonus, which means that when he hit that 9-darter, the next day, when there was another Players' Championship event, the bonus was reset to £400. And when Raymond van Barneveld hit a 9 on that Sunday, he got about 10% of what Mr. King got.
100.
That didn't go down very well.
It's a bit like a number of TV quiz shows. Pointless and Eggheads both have similar prize structures, and you're like, could you imagine winning the day after another team has done so already?
100.
After waiting that long for your turn?
It's absolutely the right situation to compare it to. This is brilliant from Richardson.
140.
Very safe, very assured. We're seeing very small numbers left after 12.
$56.
No trouble for
James
Mervyn.
Lucar, 40.
I don't want to say there's no pressure on James to hit this. Obviously, you want to get into the game and set your stall out early, but you won't be expecting Mervyn to return and take out the 1-3-2.
Well, he's not going to get another shot at a double. This is just one of the weirdest situations we've seen this week.
24.
He's only just hit the 9.
32.
Now King has a chance. Well, Kings love champagne. This one doesn't.
One of the best looking shots in darts when you get it right. But no chance for Mervyn to take out the 1-3-2. So Richardson will get a second bite at the cherry starting on
James
double 8.
Lucar, 16.
Just don't miss either side of this double.
I wouldn't advise keep missing inside either, James. Last start in hand. I think someone in the crowd thought that was in.
8.
It was close.
Mervyn Lucar, 40.
But not close enough. And that's one of the intricacies of a Saturday night. It's not silent in here anymore.
Game
It's 2-0 King. That'll feel like a bonus.
There was a time in darts
like
where
Mervyn, you
you
throw
never,
first.
ever,
Game
ever
on.
saw Mervyn King throw darts for those two segments. No matter what was happening, he'd sacrifice an extra dart at a double to make sure he threw a double 16. He sort of changed his ways in the last couple of years.
Well, a few years ago, when darts stats really started to kick in and we could tally things like 180s over a season or a quarter, they're both at it. We were getting information that Merv actually wasn't that bad at tops. He just didn't get as many shots at it as other people. He was actually one of the best at it.
100.
And when he found this out, he actually said to himself, I might as well leave it a little bit more then. And he has ever since.
55.
Especially as some routes just force you to go that way, don't they? To leave a finish, last dart in hand.
When that third dart is being thrust through the air, and that follow through on dart 3 is so placed like it was right there, that tells me that mentally Mervyn is in a good place.
Mervyn Lucar,
Bit
81.
of peacockery, as Dan Dawson would call it. Darryl Gurney's good for one of those
He's
as
doing
well.
it right. He's making sure the dart is placed through the air.
57.
He will be back for 12s.
Placed that one just on the outside wire, but as good as Richardson has been through these legs, not managed to match King in the scoring department in this leg.
99.
Much like we were talking
Mervyn Lucar,
about Tommy
24.
Lishman in the opening game, James Richardson needs to start getting some legs on the board and quickly.
Game shot on the
He's
third
not going to get
leg.
this one.
Mervyn King.
Mervyn averaging nearly 96. 3
Forward
out of
James
7 on the
return
doubles.
first.
This is
Game on.
typically steady.
And when you see him still producing this level, and when you see the level he's produced on the Challenge
48.
Tour, it is a bit fascinating as to how he has managed to find himself falling off the PDC Pro Tour. When he's had call-ups, he's gone in and competed straight away again. Like, that level is still within Mervyn King. It's just a bad collection of results for 18 months that have put him in this position, and it might just reignite the King to do something special.
180.
That's a fourth of this game. I wonder if we're going to get any more.
James might need a couple more from here.
100.
There's no doubt about Mervyn's ability, but we have to face the facts that he's not 35 anymore. He's in his late 50s, and these long tournament days,
45.
They're difficult.
I spoke to him about this when he walked in the building last night, and he compared it to the Challenge Tour. He made a quarterfinal and a final on the same day, and he said that was incredibly tough as well.
140.
As much as we talk about this format and the Super Series giving players reps, there's some players at the opposite end of the scale that simply don't want or need reps.
81.
I think Mervyn does.
121.
But he might only need 3 more darts in this match. Bullseye to win.
96. James Ricard 147.
That would have yielded a 100 average as well.
He had a glance to see what Richardson was on then. I think maybe he was considering 25 and 36, but couldn't take the risk of hitting the bullseye. He will return for 25.
Based on what we've seen, the accuracy and the focus, this goes. It's gone.
Shot and a match.
And Mervyn King is within 1 leg of the semi-finals in his debut week at the Modus Super Series. A 3rd consecutive win against James Richardson over the last 3 days. And the King will only need 1 leg when he returns in game number 6 of the night against Steve West. The winningest and the best winner of the Super Series will be his opponent in game 6. But before then, we go back to Group 1.
Charlie McGuire 164. 44. 32. Charlie require 120.
Well, 120. He's got a fair, at least 2 handfuls at this. Just needs to stay
60.
there. That's a good shot. Halves his score. Leaves himself on a 2-darter.
$26. Charlie
Time on his
require
side
60.
to become back-to-back singles champion.
$40.
Definitely a couple of nerves in those last 2 darts. But he'll be coming back.
It's a moment he's been in before this situation. Standing at the back of the stage,
Charlie
approaching the
required
hockey with a
20.
chance to win the title.
He did this to win the first title, if you remember.
11.
I think he's gone.
Georgia
I think
require
he's gone to
180.
bust it, maybe. The first title he won, he wanted 20. He went 6-7-7 to win it. He had a chance to replicate it again.
Yeah, I get the feeling that was for a bust, and
39.
on that situation there, George Gave wasn't even
9.
able to take it out going to the 18s on that switch.
Yeah, I think he just panicked a bit, but he's done well to get that big one.
Sometimes can be the hardest part.
Georgia requires
This is it.
79.
It's got to be 19s. It's got to be 19s for this shot. Big 20 and a double. He's got the first one. He's going to get a match dart here.
$59. Charlie,
Threw
you
the entire
require
body into that
8.
one. Just didn't want to let go of the dart.
No score.
He's given George a chance.
Georgia require 20.
I think George has been quite good on double 10 today.
So many opportunities for Charlie Murphy.
Go
Couldn't get the job done.
Got in the match! And the Red Dragon
George
Modus
Skate.
Super Series Influencers Champion, George Skate!
Welcome back to the Modus Super Series. We are 2 games down on this Saturday night and 2 completely differentiating kinds of games. Jamie Atkins squeezing over the line against Tommy Lishman by 4 legs to 3. And before the break, we saw Mervyn King with a really good performance, clinical display in a 4-0 victory against James Richardson. Game 3 sees Tommy Lishman in action. If he loses this one, he is out. Charlie Martin is his opponent. And earlier on this evening, Jack Garwood caught up with him.
Charlie, Saturday night at the Modus Super Series. You're no stranger to playing in front of a crowd here. How are you feeling ahead of tonight?
Looking forward to it. People come down to watch me, so hopefully I can make it worthwhile for them.
We've seen you here a number of times in front of a crowd in ADC tournaments. Do you think that experience is going to help you this evening?
Yeah, 100%. Usually takes me a while to get used to stuff, so having a couple of nights under the belt in front of a crowd is really going to help me now.
We spoke to you ahead of play yesterday evening and you said you want to get off to a fast start, and that's exactly what you did. Did getting your position here on Saturday night secured nice and early, did that allow you to relax a bit as the night went on?
Yeah, definitely. After I got them first 2 wins, although it probably wasn't done, felt like it was. Yeah, relaxed. I think I was relaxed from the first game. But yeah, going into tonight, same thing. Hopefully I kick off quickly.
When you know that you've qualified, do you start to think about tonight already?
Not so much because it was quite a long night. I was a bit tired, so I was more thinking just get through the games, get to bed, and on to tonight. Yeah.
And looking ahead to tonight, how much would it mean for you to add this title to your collection?
It'd be massive. It'd be the biggest thing I've won. So yeah, hopefully it all works out.
Perfect. Well, all the best, mate.
Cheers, mate. Thank you.
Army with him here at the live lounge tonight was Tommy Lishman is being watched on by his parents. Loses here, it's going to be a very early car journey home with them, and no one likes those types of disappointing journeys, do they? Right, to the commentary box then. Jack Garwood and Paul Nicholson, they're always on their best behaviour.
Well, we try to be, that's for sure. And on Saturday night, we are transfixed by the stage, seeing what's about to happen next. Jack, what are you expecting from this one? Because Tommy Lishman knows he has to win, otherwise he's the one who's going to be getting in the car going home.
I'm expecting a response from Tommy Lishman. We've seen just how prolific he's been in the early parts of 2025. There was a calmness to him on day 2 of Group C when he came in, he knew his job and he knew what he had to do, and he's sort of in that position now, isn't he? It's winning in. He's a 4-2 to book his place, but Charlie is not going to be walked over.
No, he will not be.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. First leg, Tommy to through first. Game on.
But having 7 legs of hockey time prior to this game, I wonder if that's going to be a huge advantage for Tommy. It means that he's already in. He hasn't won the game, but he's had a good 20 minutes on the stage in the heat. But there's one thing we know about Charlie Martin. He can start well. And if you think that is out of the clear blue sky, think again, because he's got a bit of a reputation for this.
They're exactly the kind of darts Tommy Lishman doesn't want his opponent to be chucking in to open a match.
123.
Charlie will get a second opportunity to produce a result that benefits him in the third and final match of Group 1.
60.
Tommy Lishman, it's now or never.
That first start from Charlie's been so good.
134.
He's got Lishman wondering already, what have I got to do to slow this lad down? This'll do it.
You're not going to slow him down, Tommy. You've got to match him.
64.
And even with that, he could lose the leg. The leg is lost.
Charlie Martin.
What a start from Charlie Martin.
What a noise from the live lounge crowd.
Game on.
We said Jamie Atkins had bought a few. That response to Charlie Martin winning the opening leg may have just reminded Tommy Lishman that there aren't many in this crowd that want to see him come out of Group 1.
Charlie wins this game, he will be in the final four with a game to spare.
85.
Now, if we think about the crowd dynamic, we've got people here cheering on Jamie Atkins, we've got people cheering on Charlie Martin. Imagine if that was
64.
a shootout game to get through. You could cut the atmosphere with a cheese knife.
That is a
100.
possibility, of course. Tommy Lishman with a 4-2 win would book his spot straight into the semi-finals.
And a 4-3 win for Lishman
59.
would open up the possibility of a 9-dart shootout.
Seen it on that stage a handful of times.
140.
Been fortunate enough to be on that stage as one of them was happening.
100.
Hello.
Easy.
We're seeing plenty of maximums all of a sudden. We had 4 in our previous match. We've already got 3 in this one. It's not
25.
even the end of leg 2.
Charlie O'Carr 105.
Or is it?
That was a mistake from Tommy Lishman, but no mistake with that first start from Charlie Martin. Once tops,
Game shot.
no mistaking at
Charlie
all.
Martin.
Charlie Martin leads Tommy Lishman 4-2.
Third leg, Tommy
2-0,
through
sorry.
first. Game on.
Tommy needs 4 straight legs to book his spot in Saturday night.
Well, this is the right moment to speak about the fact that Charlie has had a game this week
60.
where he's got out of the gun and had 2 superb legs to start a match. It was against James Richardson on Thursday night.
60.
He would end up losing the game 4 legs to 3, but after 2 legs he was averaging 130. Must be something about the name Charlie.
66.
Yeah, we've seen that ridiculous performance from Charlie Manby on the development tour. He played here just a couple of weeks ago.
Yeah, the development tour is actually on this weekend.
125.
And one of our good friends here, former weekly champion Owen Bates, did win a development tour title this evening, beating Bo Greaves in the semi-finals. So
140.
congratulations to Owen.
I believe Patrick Williams was the winner in the other one. A name that
99.
I'm not too familiar with, if I'm being honest, but that development tour is not an easy place to go and win.
Not at all. But it is Bo Greaves
57.
and Owen Bates at the top of that order of merit. Charlie Martin will be looking to climb the Challenge Tour order of merit this year. That's one of his goals.
43.
But I promise you this, he's not thinking about the Challenge Tour tonight. He's thinking about getting a medal and an interview by the end of the night. Great darts.
130.
Good counting.
Well,
Can't.
he doesn't need an abacus, Tommy Lishman. He's got a brilliant darting calculator in his brain.
80. Tommy O'Carr
He's got all the
48.
assets, hasn't he? He's got the scoring. He's got the mathematical brain. Yes, I did just use your nickname.
This might need to go.
28.
Charlie's
Charlie O'Carr,
finishing
94.
has been perfect. Interesting, he didn't go double-double.
54.
When
Tommy
a lot of
O'Carr,
people would
20.
think that is the moment to do it.
Yeah, a bit of a Hail Mary double-double, isn't it, in that situation? Lishman. We say this so often. Double 10 is one of those that just tends to favour a left-hander. Goes too far.
Game shot on the third
Great
leg.
recovery dart.
Tommy Lishman.
That switch up to double 5 under that amount of pressure is not an easy
Fourth
thing
leg
to
Charlie
do.
to through first. Game on.
And that means he can still qualify through this game if he wins the next 3 legs.
This is third of the match in 3 legs and a visit. When that first dart has been in, Charlie Martin has been exceptional.
Adorned in the sky
16.
blue tonight. He is playing as powerfully as a Keith Houchin diving header. Oh, there's a retro reference for you.
81.
I may be slightly older than Henry, but that one is still before my time as well.
Coventry City, FA Cup final, late 80s. Coventry Spurs.
140.
Great game.
I'll take your word on that. This has proven to be a great game, though, for Charlie Martin.
100.
Averaging 101 at this stage.
And he has not averaged this high all week.
Even that game where he was averaging 130 after 2 legs, he ended mid-90s.
That's right.
81. Charlie O'Carr, 140.
You take a ton here.
Very safe first start, that. Just making sure, ticking the scoreboard over.
80.
That one was not very safe. That was a little bit wild.
Yeah, it was a little bit wild, but better there than anywhere near the treble 20. But now it's time to
100.
burn dart 1.
Charlie O'Carr, 60.
When maybe he shouldn't need to. Nothing wrong with it this time.
Game shot.
Isn't that right, Charlie?
Charlie
That's a
Martin.
14 darter for a 3-1 lead. He's keeping all of his fans
Fifth leg,
very
Tommy to
happy.
through first. Game on.
Charlie Martin's dad giving it the big fist pump in the crowd. 3-1 to the good. Tommy Lishman's hope from here is either a 9-dart shootout or rely on a result.
Yes, if Tommy does lose any legs now, he's gone.
38.
But if Lishman does win 4-3, he would much rather Jamie Atkins beat Charlie Martin.
140.
This is a high quality game. Indicative of just how good this
100.
week has been and a testament to how good the standard could be tonight.
Contrasting emotions in the
81.
crowd. Both players got their parents here. That was Tommy Lishman's dad we saw just a moment ago. He had his head in his hands just a couple of legs ago.
140. Tommy O'Carr, 140.
Be hoping for something special from his son to turn his situation around. Much like Charlie in the last leg, Tommy with time from 140.
60.
Things could change though. 2 treble visit here. It could have changed things.
28. Tommy O'Carr,
But now
80.
nothing's different. He's still got 6 darts to make it 2-3 down.
I can't decide if that was a dart at tops or
Game
not.
shot on the fifth leg.
The way
Tommy
his darts
Lishman.
kick up, it makes sense with time in hand, I guess, but
6 leg Charlie to through
risky in that
first.
situation. It pays off in the end for Tommy Lishman. Hits that double 10 once again.
Why do people keep doing things that are questionable? The only reason is
120.
because they keep getting away with it. And they don't get the point proven to themselves that they are playing with fire. Charlie's just had 120 floor,
62.
but it's still a 1 dart lead and with the throw. This is the leg he will fancy using to get the job done.
Just starting
60.
to lose that first dart a tiny bit, isn't he? He's been so good with that throughout the game. Found a peach of a first dart in the previous leg, but was unable to use it. And
105.
That is an inspired 25.
95.
Because if he hits a ton, he leaves 339 and he can't leave a finish. 3-3-4 he can. That's unbelievable maths.
That's
94.
right from the top tier.
Yeah, that really is. That's Aspinall Vandenberg elite. Jelle Klassen elite. I'll give him that.
To be honest, it escaped me to start with, and my job is to count, typically.
Seriously, Tommy. That is really impressive. But now, it's the execution that's got to be good.
Which makes that top stops in the previous leg even more questionable at times, doesn't it? When you know that Tommy's got that in his locker. Leaves the 140 again. We've seen that twice in the last 2 legs.
42. Tommy O'Carr, 140.
Things are getting very interesting in Group 1. Things are getting tight.
Just a single point difference in the scores remaining for both players.
60.
And anybody new to darts will suggest that Charlie is in the best position there because his score is less. But any dart player will tell you 139 is one of the worst checkouts on the board.
Absolutely right.
59.
Now they can't be separated.
Tommy O'Carr, 80.
Did take this in the last leg. Went tops. What's the MO this time? Safe in the middle. We'll just get a dart at tops to save the match.
Red rum time.
Game shown the
Right over Beecher's Brook
Lishman.
for a 3-3 scoreline. What a dart. Appreciated by everybody, including Charlie Martin. That was an astonishing tops.
And for the second time in 2 matches, Tommy Lishman has recovered from 3-1 behind to 3 apiece. He lost the decider in his opening game to Jamie Atkins. If that happens again now, Tommy Lishman is going home.
180.
If he wins this decider, there's a chance of a 9-dart shootout. Or he could progress if Jamie Atkins were to beat Charlie Martin in the final game.
This is what Saturday nights are all about. It's not long course darts anymore. It's sprint to the finish stuff.
81.
This situation is so fine.
59.
Martin is 319 points away from qualifying. If he doesn't win this leg, he can be eliminated in his next match.
He spent most of this game averaging over the ton mark. He's 3 from 3 on the outer ring. He's taken a ton plus checkout. His scoring power has been superb.
Even if he was hitting a max there, he's still second favourite.
100. Tommy O'Carr, 100.
Lishman then 100 for the match.
Even a steady 60 here is good. But you'd love to just get rid of it.
Just keep them straight, Tommy. Goes tops. Wow.
80.
What a decision once again from Tommy Lishman. We saw that early in the week from James Richardson, but I'm not sure that was the right moment for that, Nico.
I'm not sure either, but if he gets rid of 20 now,
137.
you might as well just call him
Tommy O'Carr, 20.
Tommy Unleashed Man. This is to stay alive. He's still alive. He's had to work very hard to get a victory here. After the first couple of legs, Charlie Martin was averaging 111. But for the second time this week, after a hot start, he does lose by 4 legs to 3. A really good game where both averages were very, very similar. But the key aspect of that game is that Charlie Martin only got 3 darts at a double. Tommy got 10, and Tommy got 4 legs.
leave 60. I would say this has to go for Jaden. Big pressure for the little man, but what a shot to stay alive this would be.
Jaden Walker take everything! And Jaden Walker! It's Angry Ginge and 12-year-old Jaden Walker! Steve West and Dance for Fun! George Scaife and Adam Lipscomb!
Tickets for the latest edition of the Modus Super Series Influence event goes on sale at 10 a.m. tomorrow. And to get your tickets, head over to www.dartshop.tv. And you're going to have to be quick because they are going to go quickly. You'll have to get them at 10 o'clock on the dot if you're going to be there for the Influence event on the 11th of May. Before the break, Tommy Lishman kept his hopes of qualifying through alive with a slender 4-3 victory against Charlie Martin, showing real resilience to come back and win that particular contest. Right, James Richardson's got it all to do here. He lost his first game 4-0 against Mervyn King, and he now finds himself in action up against Steve West. A victory here for Steve would mean that he'll be through to yet another semi-final. He's chasing a 6th weekly win here in Portsmouth, and early on this evening, Jack Garwood caught up with him.
Steve, welcome back to yet another Saturday night here at the Modus Super Series. How are you feeling ahead of your latest tilt?
Yeah, feeling good. Obviously, things didn't go as I planned for the week, and I didn't feel as good or comfortable all week. But now I'm here. You know, you've got to perform when you need to perform. So that's tonight.
Because of your success in this building before, do you put extra pressure on yourself to come in and perform right from the off?
Yeah, I think so. Subconsciously, not it's not at the forefront of your mind, but you just hope that when you get in that practice room, you can be loose, be relaxed, and throw. I have to work into that, but eventually it comes, and then hopefully everything goes all right on the stage.
It's your first time playing here as a resident of Portsmouth. Has that changed your preparation at all?
Yeah, it can be, in your own home comfort zone. We went out this morning onto the beach with the dog, and then had a bit of breakfast, went back home, sat on the sofa for 3 hours, watched series, and then, it was nice, it was relaxed.
You've had David Williams alongside you this week. You're no shortage of friends within darts. Does having some people like that in the practice room help you this evening?
Yeah, because I think he could lean on me for a bit of my experience and knowledge of what to expect, and I think we've done that this week, and we've sort of bounced off each other. So yeah, it's nice to have them kind of people around.
And looking ahead, how much would one more title mean to Steve West this evening?
It'll mean everything to any title. The next title means everything to you. No matter what you've done before, it's the next one. That will mean a lot.
Well, all the best with that tonight, Steve.
Excellent. Cheers, Jack.
It's on this time. It's still on.
Games on the first leg.
He's promised it all week.
Will we get the 1-4-1? Will the promise come true? Double 12.
Shot. And the match.
Steve West has won the match with a 9-dart finish.
He's looking for title number 6, is Steve West here at the Live Lounge this evening. Well, so James Richardson, if he's going to win a first, he's going to have to win this match. A photo defeat to Mervyn King means that realistically he's going to have to win this one and probably hope that Mervyn King can do him a favour a little bit later on. In commentary for this one, Paul Nicholson and Jack Garwood.
Thanks, Henry. Yeah, one of the most successful players this building has ever seen is at the hockey right now. No, it's not that man, James Richardson. He's been here a number of times as well, but his opponent, Steve West. 5 titles to his name in this building, plus that Influencer Pairs title with his good friend, Darts for Fun, David Williams. But as Henry said, Steve West with the chance to knock out James Richardson and ensure Steve West versus Mervyn King. The final match of this group would be a straight shootout for position.
The collective age of 100 between two very experienced players.
Ladies and gentlemen, first leg, James
I'm not sure either of them will thank us for pointing that out.
They've still got a lot of life left on the hockey, that's for sure. And they know each other extremely well. They've both done an incredible amount of work for the
45.
Darts for Heroes charity, in charity tournaments and all of the other work. But now you've got to help yourself. Steve West has been in lots of different scenarios on a Saturday night in Portsmouth. To take it easy on himself, he'd like to win against James just to make sure that he doesn't have to find anything specific against Mervyn King in Game 6.
Again, much like Tommy earlier, Steve is one that knows this format inside and out. To win 5 weekly titles, you have to have been through pretty much every situation along the way to do so. He will know the maths on a Saturday night.
Well, let's think about what he hasn't won in Portsmouth.
135.
Because influencer pairs, check. Mrs. West, check. 9 Darters, check.
54.
Weekly titles, check. Something's missing. In order for him to get the series title that he dearly craves,
58.
He's going to need weekly title 6.
Talk a little more about what weekly title number 6 would mean to Steve West in the next leg, but a chance for James Richardson to take the opener. He has to hit the ground running here, and this 138 just might be the way to do so.
Steve Carr, 127.
Finds both trebles. Steve West with a chance to produce the Paul Hinks.
Keep him smiling, Steve.
102. James Carr, 18.
Both players had a dart to win the opening leg. James Richardson straight for the double 9, finds it. Leads 1-0.
Second leg, Steve to
but
throw
back
first.
to Steve West and his many, many titles here. If number 6 was to come tonight, would it be his most impressive?
51.
Because his last one was pretty impressive, straight off of surgery, and wasn't sure if he'd be able to contend at that level straight away. But I feel like the other 5 have perhaps come at times where
91.
Steve, fresh off the tour, is a threat. Everyone else knows that. There are so many more big names, big characters, winners in this building.
140.
Would adding a 6th be Steve West's most impressive?
Yes and no.
41.
I still believe that the 5th one it ranks really highly in his entire career. It's up there with beating Phil Taylor at the World Grand Prix.
95.
Imagine being the last player to play Phil Taylor in a certain tournament that he's won a bucket load of times. West was the person who retired
57.
Taylor from the World Grand Prix. Let's get that straight. That's right up there. Beating Van Gerwen at the European Championship, that's up there. But that 5th weekly title, the
99.
timing of it, the amount of time he spent in rehab, the amount of time he had spent between his wedding and that win, which was a week.
140. Steve Carr,
Everything was like a
116.
tornado around the 5th title. But there are other reasons why weekly
100.
title 6 could eclipse that.
I'm sure Steve will allude to those should he be successful
100.
by the end of the night. But
Steve Carr, 16.
Steve West with a dart at double 8 has the chance
Game
to
shot of the
ensure
second
Mervyn
leg.
King
Steve
is
West.
into the semi-finals.
Third leg, James to throw first. Game on.
It was going to happen, wasn't it? Mervyn King in the semi-finals has got the right ring to it. He's done his job. And he's only had to play 4 legs.
66.
Yeah, whatever happens from here, he's guaranteed to progress either on points or leg difference.
140.
Well, West and King were always going to headline this week. And they have backed it up because both West and King
100.
have got the performance of the week of 103.66. King did it against West on Monday morning. And Steve did it on a day where he got 2 ton-plus averages
140.
on Thursday.
when you start the week as two strong favourites like they did, on this Saturday night, would you rather they're in your group or would you rather they're in the opposite group?
I'd rather have them in my group so I can be responsible for taking them out. No point dodging anyone.
60.
You beat the favourites, the story's even better.
$98. Supercar 161.
This would be the finish of the week by 1 point. He's not going to use the bullseye.
60.
I'm surprised.
Supercar 116.
Must have liked the lie with one of the first two darts. Richardson a chance for a ton topper himself. Single 19 for tops. Now he wants the red bit.
Game shot on the
That
third
is
leg.
magnificent.
James Richardson.
So clean and crisp.
Fourth leg Steve to throw first.
We won't tell a soul.
Game on. Thank you.
But being live on Pluto TV is a bit of a giveaway.
Yeah, we can't help you with that one. We can give you a sick note maybe. Take it to your employee. Could
I'll leave
skive
that-
off on
43.
Monday.
I'll leave that to you, Jack.
Back to this one. There's absolutely nothing wrong with the level that James Richardson has played at tonight, and yet he's still going to be in a position
41.
where he needs help from someone else, even if he carries on at this level for the rest of this match.
He won't be surprised by the level of play he's seen in this group against him.
40.
Because on reputation alone, this group is simply stunning.
83.
But if I may, I am surprised by how many PDC titles this group has. Because Steve has only made one final. James Richardson has only made one final. And Mervyn King, I say only has 8 PDC titles. For someone of his grandeur,
140.
I think your off-the-street darts fan would expect him to have won more.
Especially modern darts fans who are so used to
134.
titles being shared around in the nature that they are. What have we had? 12 different Pro Tour winners in a row now? That just wasn't really a thing
96. Supercar
20 years ago.
144.
No, it wasn't. Another one. He's trying to nestle it under.
95.
Well,
James Supercar 141.
trying to lead double two was questionable. Doesn't get a shot at double 12 himself.
89.
So
Supercar
West
49.
can, if he chooses, leave tops, which has been up and down this week.
Game shot on the fourth leg.
Call that one very
Steve
up.
West.
And it's 2-2.
Interesting
Big
play
like
that from
James
Steve.
to throw
Typically,
first.
you'd see him
Game
switch away
on.
to the treble 8 segment to go for tops. We know he's had a bit of a love-hate relationship with that double on the board this week.
81.
We all need a friend when it comes to Saturday night on the stage. And yes, he's had a few blues with tops this week. But he may just need tops more than ever tonight.
43.
Him and Mervyn King are almost the complete opposite
60.
in the way that they approach the mathematical side of the game, aren't they? And that Mervyn used to do absolutely anything in his power to leave double 16. Steve avoids that segment like the
85.
plague and tries to leave tops at every opportunity. Now, as they're growing older and potentially a little bit more wiser, they've become
80.
more open to using the dartboard, almost like the football analogy of play the way you're facing. But it would be interesting to see if these two ever happen to be teammates and how they go about it. Do they set up a
140.
double that suits them, or do they help out their partner?
I'm not convinced that West and King as a pair would work.
100.
I think from a human chemistry perspective it could. But from a game synergy perspective, absolutely not.
140.
Now, James is actually looking for what Steve's just found. Now, what does West do on 93?
100.
Does he go for the treble
Supercar
now that
93.
James is on a 2 darter, or does he go for the treble 19?
Interested. Goes for the ball. Single 18 leaves the dart at the bullseye.
68.
It was
Ginger
right
got
on line.
80.
It just needed a little bit more height. And speaking of height, this one's got to jump just like Lishman's tops.
How many times have we seen Richardson step and then
40.
fire a dart in the top?
Steve Carr, 25.
It's the dart on the way through. And is that the moment James Richardson knows his night is run?
Getting shot on the fifth leg. Steve West.
One more leg for West, and he will be through with a game to spare.
Six leg Steve to throw first.
Richardson is hanging on so tight on the cliff edge.
Game on.
Playing with inspiration tonight. You don't need to be a genius to figure out what's going through his mind right now. He will be digging deep. Not just in his pockets. He'll be digging deep in his heart right now.
100.
If you ever get the chance to meet James, he's just a wonderful fella. He hasn't got a nasty bone in his body, and you look at him as a competitor, he looks mean. But as a person,
100.
He would rather give you his dinner than take it himself. That's what he's like.
Yeah, I've been fortunate enough to spend a large amount of time with James through the seniors tour over the last couple of years, and you're absolutely bang on. On the hockey, he's very much that Nathan Aspinall character. He is dogged. He will not let you go at all. But off the hockey, he's an absolute gentleman.
That's Max de Jong. And Max could have been here instead of James had it not been for Scott Baker beating Max in the early hours by 4 legs to 1.
21.
Something our spotter is probably very grateful for at this moment. He's been very creative this week as Max, but match darting coming for West if he opts to go for the bullseye.
81.
You tease, Steve West.
He's decided to ask a friend for help. And that friend is Tops.
81.
Tops could send James Richardson home to Northampton.
No
that
score.
Third dart did not settle in his grip the way he wanted. So he'll have to go 2nd down and 40 when he returns.
And given the troubles he's had on that segment so far this week, if Steve West is to pick up title number 6 tonight, he needs to get reacquainted with the red bit at the top of the board pretty soon, which is exactly what he does. Steve West, with a game to spare, is into the semi-finals alongside Mervyn King from Group 2. James Richardson has played lovely tonight, but unfortunately it just simply has not been enough. Two very experienced campaigners, Mervyn King and Steve West, ensure that Ruthless is a little bit toothless in the end. Steve West 92 averaging that one, 4 from 9 on the outer ring. James Richardson with that moment of a 1-1-6, but it's not enough to see him progress to the semi-finals.
Are you ready to lift that trophy, Darius? Yes. Let's do it then. Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series 9 champion is Lucky D, Darius Labanowski!
Well, what a wonderful night of darts we have seen, and we are ready. Our champion is ready, and it's trophy time. So receive the trophy. £25,000. The new Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Mervyn time, the 8th Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Mervyn King. And the new Modus Super Series champion is Andreas Dirty Harrison. And one more time, the 7th Modus Super Series champion. Give it up for Andreas Dirty Harrison!
The moment we've all been waiting for. Would you please show your appreciation for your Series 6 Modus Super Series champion, Scott Taylor!
Super Series champion. He is Chucky. He is Jim McEwen.
Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series champion, retaining his title, the Nuke, Luke Littler.
Welcome back to the Modus Super Series. Plenty coming up across Pluto TV over the next few days. Once we're done with the live darts, the latest edition of the Tungsten Talk will centre around Noelyn van Leuven. Then tomorrow we've got a little bit of fun for you in the afternoon. Simon Whitlock and Steve Beaton will be taking on the Double Trouble Challenge. That'll be a fun watch. And then the live action resumes on Monday morning from 9:30 as week 10 of Series 10 gets underway. Tom Sykes, who's been playing for England this weekend, playing well for England this weekend, will be one of these star attractions on show. And then the Inference event is back on the 11th of May. You can watch it live here on Pluto TV. You can also be here in person. Tickets go on sale tomorrow morning from 10 a.m. and they're available from www.dartshop.tv. Right, let's have a look and see what's happened tonight, because we can confirm the places of Steve West and Mervyn King through to the semi-finals. That was after Steve got the better of James by 4 legs to 2 before the break, whilst the landscape in Group 1 is a little bit more complicated. Charlie Martin and Jamie Atkins going head-to-head in the 5th game of the session. A 4-3 win apiece for Jamie Atkins and Tommy Lishman means that all options are still on the table. If Charlie Martin wins this game 4-3, there will be a 9-dart shootout. Charlie Martin will go through at Jamie Atkins' expense if he wins 4-2 or better. Jamie Atkins is through as the group winner with any win, and the only way in which Tommy Lishman can go out at this point is via the 9-dart shootout. In commentary for this one, Paul Nicholson and Jack Garwood.
Yes, that is very complicated. And if you're Jamie Atkins, you're thinking, what have I walked into here? I win my first game 4-3, and all of a sudden, I'm nowhere near safe. If in doubt, just win again, and then he would have the darts in the first semi-final against the person who will prospectively lose the next game, because that's what West and King will do after this. They will determine who throws first and who plays in the first and second semi-finals.
And if you didn't follow all that at home, good luck.
We'll keep you abreast of the information
Ladies
leg by
and
leg.
gentlemen, first leg, Charlie to through first.
Charlie Martin with the darts then.
Thank you.
7 holes a throw would see all players in the group return to the stage to throw once again.
84.
Who doesn't love the drama of a 9-dart shootout?
I love a group like this. Especially when you consider how many people are in the audience for these
90.
2 players. They're all going to be dieting on a bowl full of fingernails right now. You can classify it as an
57.
Atkins diet, I guess. They have played before.
100.
Jamie was talking about that a little bit earlier on. They've played just the once. And they could actually be
43.
at similar crossroads in their career. Looking to press on in their own certain way.
57.
Tonight could have a lot to do about their next step. The financial injection, the title, the return to Portsmouth in April for the Champions Week. And Charlie's at it again.
Adam Warner, the perfect example of that.
46.
Won a week here. Didn't even get a chance to return to Champions Week. He was off to Q-School with his prize money, and he's been on tour ever since.
117.
That could have been 317 points in 6 darts. But starting games has not
90.
been Charlie's Achilles heel.
20.
Over the last few days, it's been stopping himself from making it too hard.
Charlie Martin.
So that was expected.
Second leg, Jamie to throw first. Game on.
If Jamie's got patience, he could cause problems if Charlie just takes his foot off the pedal again. But he's had 4 maximums tonight. He's also had 6
91.
darts at a double and hit 4 of them.
Scary figures. The biggest question mark, though, is probably
85.
with that scoring power. 4 maximums in 8 legs. Why has he not had more darts at double?
It's a good point.
41.
That's what ultimately cost him in the previous match. Tommy Lishman able to produce the comeback. Produced a mini comeback in the opening match against Jamie Atkins, but it wasn't enough in the deciding leg. Charlie Martin's 180 hitting tonight has been nothing short of outstanding.
Welcome to the party, Jamie. Last time I heard this place rocking like this, Jimmy Van Schie was in the building. And he's going to be here next week. Portsmouth is just a little bit different when Jimmy's in town.
I have to wear earplugs when I'm reffing.
100. Charlie O'Carr,
Terrific leg.
156.
Is it over? Now we ask the question of Jamie.
59.
Is it
Charlie
1-1?
O'Carr, 89.
Look at the worry. It's difficult to watch. 5-5.
Game shown the second
There's
leg.
the intensity we
Atkins.
saw from game 15 from Jamie Atkins on Wednesday.
Third leg, Charlie to throw first. Game
Listen
on.
to that roar. The last time he let out a roar, it was greeted with a really from Mervyn King. And I can tell you now, Jamie's reply to that
96.
was, yes, really. But he just upped the pace a little bit there, didn't he, with that intensity that we were talking about in match number 1.
Yeah, he was stepping back
58.
on a couple of shots in his first game tonight. Whereas with that 89 check out, it was all in rhythm.
The transfer of the dart between
96.
holding hand and throwing hand just that little bit quicker. He sets it in his hand just that little bit quicker. You can see him go from point down to point up in a bit of a motion.
54.
And when he ups the speed and intensity, he just seems that much more capable of following the first dart.
Some people need that intensity.
133.
Gary Anderson, one of the greatest players of all time, is a player who don't wind him up because it won't end well for you.
57. $26.
I think there's your answer, Jack. The 180 shooting's there, but there's also scores of 26 in there as well.
60. Charlie O'Carr, 150.
He's got plenty of time to take care of this. Treble 13 should be the shot.
118.
That's worked out brilliantly. Really great darts. Great bounce back after a bad visit.
Should switch down now, Atkins.
105. Charlie O'Carr, 32.
Uses the ball properly, but chance for Martin to go 2-1 to the good.
Game show
Finds
third
double
leg.
8 in
Charlie
the end.
Martin.
And That's another little roar from his section of the crowd.
Fourth leg, Jamie to throw first. Game on.
Well, can you imagine what this crowd is going to feel if it goes 3-3? Because in that leg, if it happens, Jamie wins the leg.
48.
He wins the group and sends Charlie out. Charlie wins 4-3. We have a 9-dart shootout. The ascendancy that Charlie is trying to attain right here is to make sure that not only is he not in a 9-dart shootout, but he's responsible for taking Jamie Atkins out.
Does he need to get in that position as soon as possible, given that if it does go 3-3, no matter what happens in that decided leg against the throw, Atkins will return?
Well, that's 5 180s in this game. This is leg 4.
96.
They should be under pressure. They should be nervous. They should be tense, Nico.
Adrenaline's great stuff. I would highly recommend it.
141.
And look at what he's done there. 140, followed by a maximum, and a 141 to leave tops after 9 in a pressure situation against the throw. An 11 dollar will do very nicely.
Jamie Atkins has done absolutely nothing wrong in that leg. He's even found a 140 in his final visit to leave 37 just to keep the scoreboard pressure ticking over. And Charlie Martin felt absolutely none of it. He was ice cold.
85.
4 games ago, Jamie Atkins led Tommy Lishman 3 legs to 1.
100.
He missed darts to win that match 4-2, 4-1 and 4-2.
140.
For winning 4-3. Will Charlie Martin suffer the same fate? Can Atkins produce a similar style comeback? Remember, he only needs 2 legs to ensure he returns to the stage. Ideally, he wants to win all 3. Because that would see Charlie Martin eliminated and Jamie Atkins progress as the group winner. But if he can break the Charlie Martin throw from
91.
here and then hold in leg 6, Atkins is safe to throw again.
Correct.
96.
Now, if you think Tommy Lishman is calm right now, think again. He doesn't want a 9-dart shootout. And he's not going to get one if Charlie Martin takes out 100.
Charlie O'Carr, 100.
This has been a special performance up to now.
44.
The intensity
Jamie
and the
O'Carr,
accuracy have
110.
got to be found here for Jamie Atkins to survive. Pinpoint.
Definitely up for double 16. His corner of the board
78.
has not been his friend
56.
this evening. Relied on tops in the opening match, which is the segment that could see him depart.
16. Jamie O'Carr, 32.
Bent the wire.
So many defensive body language poses out there. They don't know what to do. This game still has legs in it, but how many? We're getting closer to that 3-3 scoreline. Charlie Martin now has to deal with the fact that he's missed 2 darts to win this match to send Jamie Atkins out and himself through. And they were also darts to win the group.
96.
Was just teetering above that 100 average once again. It seems to be a milestone that's just eluded him that
83.
little bit right now.
Now, what this group has shown us is that people like us who looked at Group 2 and said, King, West, Richardson,
100.
That's the best group. No, it hasn't been. This has.
85.
Still one game to come in that Group 2. Steve West will take on Mervyn King for the right to top that group. But all eyes in the building are on that stage right now in anticipation
57.
of a potential 9-dart shootout.
137.
If Jamie Atkins wins this leg, he's guaranteed to throw again tonight, whatever happens in the deciding leg.
96.
We are seeing a worrying trend in Series 10 of people winning Group A and not winning the week.
140.
It might be about to happen again as Martin leaves 56 again. Having said that, it was right in there, but the deflection wasn't kind. And Charlie now has 56 to win the group. He does win the group, and in doing so has taken out Jamie Atkins and has sent Tommy Lishman into the semi-finals with him. A thrilling group, and half of the audience right now who have come all the way from Warwick will leave disappointed. The man from just up the road from Heysham has just put in what can only be classified as his best performance of the week. Under pressure, he delivered, and Jamie Atkins did a lot right, but not enough.
Charlie McGuire, 164. 44. 32. Charlie required 120.
Well, 120. He's got a fair, at least 2 handfuls at this. Just needs to stay
60.
there. That's a good shot. Halves his score. Leaves himself on a 2-darter.
Charlie
Time on his
required
side
60.
to become back-to-back singles champion.
Definitely a couple of nerves in those last 2 darts, but he'll be coming back.
It's a moment he's been in before this situation. Standing at the back of the stage,
Charlie
approaching the
required
Yoki with
20.
a chance to win the title.
He did this to win the first title, if you remember.
11.
I think he's gone. I think he's gone to bust it, maybe. The first title he wanted 20. He went 6-7-7 to win it. He had a chance to replicate it again.
Yeah, I get the feeling that was for a bust. And
39.
on that situation there, George Gage wasn't even able to take it out going to the 18s on that switch.
Yeah, I think he just panicked a bit, but he's done well to get that big one.
Sometimes can be the hardest part.
Georgia requires
This is it.
79.
It's got to be 19s. It's got to be 19s for this shot. Big 20 and a double. He's got the first one. He's going to get a match dart here.
Charlie
Threw the entire
required
body into that
8.
one. Just didn't want to let go of the dart.
No score.
He's given George a chance.
Georgia require 20.
I think George has been quite good on double 10 today.
So many opportunities for Charlie Murphy. Couldn't get the job done.
And the match! And the Red Dragon
George
Modus
Skate.
Super Series Influencers Champion, George Skate!
Welcome back to the Modus Super Series, where we're heading towards the end of the group stage action here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. Steve West and Mervyn King, they're going head-to-head in game number 6. I know that one will top Group 2, but there was a lot of drama in Group 1 before the break. Charlie Martin sending himself through at the expense of Jamie Atkins. A 4-2 win for Charlie means that by a solitary leg he is through. Now, if that finished 4-3, then it would have been a 9-dart shootout. As you can see, that's how tight the table was in the end. Jamie Atkins missing out by just the solitary leg in the end. Right, let's get into the crux of Game 6 then. It's Mervyn King up against Steve West, two real experienced campaigners going toe-to-toe here at the Super Series. The winner will top the group, and watching this one in commentary, it is Paul Nicholson and Jack Garwood.
Yes, thank you very much, Henry. I suppose we can all take a collective breath after that rather drama-filled Group 1 situation. But from Group 1, it is Charlie Martin who has won the group, so he's going to be playing in the first semi-final with the throw. That's one of the benefits of winning the group. So Tommy Lishman, by virtue of that, will play in semi-final 2. Whoever wins this game will have the darts in that second semi-final to play Tommy. I don't know what you believe in this one, Jack, but I think there's a distinct advantage in winning this game. It's not just getting the darts and getting a game off before you play a semi-final, but you don't have to play Charlie Martin and his fans. You can have a placid semi-final, which you can control. Your thoughts?
I don't disagree with that, especially given... Look, these two are
Ladies and
fantastic
gentlemen,
dart players and get on
first
really well. This
leg,
game's going to be played in really good spirit
Game
between
on.
them, despite the fact that they're both going to want to win this. But they are two that... They like darts the old school way. They like things done properly. They like best of order at the right times. And they like to be allowed to do their job. And sometimes with a live audience, you potentially don't get
99.
I think this game will be played with one eye on later. They have played 3 times this week already in Group A. Mervyn played Steve in the first game of the week. They would like to play in the last game of the week.
177.
And it begins. Now, we might not get 5 180s like we did in our previous game. But if Steve turns up, he might get 5 on his own.
45.
When you know that both you and your opponent are progressing at this stage, do you go hammer and tong to get one over on them, to know that if you then meet each other in the
81.
final a little bit later, you've got that recent advantage and knowing that you've beaten them already? Or is there a case just to leave that little
50.
bit in reserve in the
Mervyn
tank? You're both progressing, you're both going
144.
through, you both back your own abilities.
I think in this situation, you play placid. If you have 4
88.
9-darters, you just take them out the board and you move on.
A la James Wade.
Yeah. You don't celebrate anything. You don't do anything too flashy. You just play the game to the best of your ability, then you move on. Other games
45. Mervyn King,
include
56.
stuff from the outside, from the boundaries, reactions, things like that.
Game shown the first leg. Mervyn King.
Mervyn's reaction to winning his first game
Second leg, Mervyn, you're through first.
4 legs to nil is to get a
Game
5th
on.
consecutive leg tonight. He really is switched on.
Don't forget, he did win 8 straight matches in Group B.
Yeah, can you imagine
97.
if he goes on to win 12 in a row, the same way that Derek Coulson did at the end
60.
of week number 7. That was just 2 weeks back. And Mervyn knows a thing or two about Derek Coulson.
He does now. Because interestingly, when they met at the Circus Tavern,
100.
Mervyn has been quoted as saying, "I don't even know who he is." He's certainly fully aware of who he is right now.
We all know who Derek Coulson is now. You can't go under the radar anymore,
60.
Mr. Coulson. We won't let you.
I can tell you right now, Mr. Nicholson, he is watching along at home.
I thought he might be. He's getting intel for Champions Week.
140.
Hope you're well, Derek. Was the first player to secure his place in Group A in Champions Week as well. It's the level that he played at in his campaign just a couple of weeks ago.
Yeah, just another indication as to the form he's in.
Mamuka 164.
Well, one person has turned up in this game and one hasn't.
$92.
Does the fact that Steve is the experienced campaigner in this building mean that he won't panic in this situation?
He won't panic.
Not
at all.
Mamuka 72.
He's been in this situation a few times before, but because he's such an intrinsic player, he needs to feel good when he's playing. He will not be enjoying this one so far.
60.
The only way he feels better is if he takes this out.
He is another a bit like Gary Anderson and Jamie Atkins that we spoke about in the last couple of legs.
55. Mamuka 12.
He threw that first dart from quite far left on the hockey. Is he trying to find a position that works?
Just mix it up a little bit.
Yeah, maybe.
Game shot
But he
of
is
the second
2-0
leg.
down.
Mervyn King. Third leg seems
If
to
something
move
needs to
first.
be ironed
Game
out,
on.
this is the kind of game that you need for that. Well, the way things are going, it might only last 4 legs.
Yeah, he's just dancing across the hockey at times so far as Steve West, just
60.
trying to find a footing where he's comfortable.
And by going left and right, what he does is he creates a longer shot. He would rather do that
81.
and have his foot up against the hockey than actually drawing his foot backwards and having nothing against his toes. Just hasn't got his range on the 60 in this game.
60.
And I guess the issue for Steve is, look at those last 2 visits. The first one, everything was high. The second one, the issue was low. If you keep making the
57.
same mistake or your darts keep going in the same miss, you can make those adjustments. But when you've got it in every direction, it becomes that little bit more difficult. It's a battle between the ears more than anything you can do technically.
45.
There is absolutely no point in using up emotional bandwidth here in this game. Mervyn is not doing that. Now, I know it's easy for us to
59.
say this. Mervyn's playing pretty well here. As we get the ironic celebration. For 1, for 2, for 3. Well, you know a thing about London buses, don't you, Steve? Because you are from out of London.
I thought we were going to get the full Lloyd Walker there, arm in the air for the 180.
He knows who he's playing. That's why he didn't do it.
The hand was ready. The hand was ready. Not this time for Steve West.
82.
Teasing up nicely, though.
170.
No, we've not seen one of these this week. And we won't see one now, just high of the treble 20.
60. Steve Lucar,
And West with
74.
a chance to pick up a leg on the board.
It's going to be tops with a dart in the way. Doesn't matter when you can hit tops as well as he can. First dart at a double is a good one.
And that'll
Game
make Steve
on.
West feel one heck of a lot better about his game right now. And like we said, this game probably serves twofold for Steve West. One is make sure you find your range by the end of it. But 2, if you are a little bit
46.
aggrieved with your own performance, he is one that can and will play with that bit between his teeth. He's that Gary Anderson, that Jamie Atkins that play better when they've got a point to prove, when they've got an opportunity to stick it to someone.
Yeah, he did it earlier in the week against Rennie Idams. Idams gave it large. against Steve, and then Westy won the next leg and gave it large back. He doesn't mind a good darting joust.
I've shared that stage an awful lot with Steve West, and I don't think I've ever heard him react in that manner before.
93.
Because it means something. Of their 3 games, King has won 2 of them. One of them 2-0, one of them 4-1. But West
41.
finally got off the mark against Mervyn on Wednesday with a 4-3 victory. And that's where things started to get a bit pickly for Mervyn in his challenge in Group A.
128.
Lovely adjustment by West. Means he's first to a finish against the darts. And unless Mervyn finds a second treble...
98. Steve
West has got 6 darts from here.
He was 2 millimetres away from leaving exactly what Steve has.
81.
He'd rather be in the 1 than the 60. Second time tonight we've seen somebody miss the single 20 on a shot like that, but all is not lost.
140.
It might be if he misses
Steve
59.
59.
A bit of a wild one on the 1, but the advantage is open bed for Steve West. Can he use that?
Game
He
shot
can
the
indeed.
flag.
And we're
Steve
level
West.
at 2 apiece. And interestingly
Triple H
enough,
seems to first.
for Steve West, despite all those titles, we mentioned this a little bit earlier, and if this one would
Game
be
on.
his most important or right up there in the rankings, I think this is the first time we've seen Steve West in this building where he doesn't feel like he
30.
has full control of his game.
That's a fair statement, because he's had to work really hard this week. They both have. Before tonight,
60.
collectively, these guys had played 48 games. Basically, half of the games of this week have involved these two.
135.
And he's gone through the mill, hasn't he? We're seeing him moving about on the hockey. We've seen him experiment with double 16 a little bit early in the week. I firmly believe if it wasn't for double 16,
140.
Steve may not have made it to this Saturday night. That's how important that switch was to him. But he's firmly in control of his game here. That's Steve's 3rd maximum of the contest, and he has turned this game around completely.
This is the second time he's left 156 off a max.
82. Steve Carr 156.
Won't take it out this time. Would love a 140.
60.
We'll settle for 60, but it does invite pressure if Merv can find a 2 treble visit or more. Now he just needs to hit the big single to even finish.
97. Steve
Gets the
Carr,
Brucey
96.
bonus of the treble 19.
2 doubles. Well, it was speculative.
56. Mervyn King 122.
The 18s may show the way to King in a 3-2 lead. 4 for the bull, 6 for double 7. How many does he want? He nearly got 5.
78.
That was a Johnny
Steve
Clayton
Carr,
approach.
40.
That would have been very cheeky indeed. 2 very safe darts at double 18, one from each of the players in the last 2 visits. Turn the safety off now, Steve.
Game shot on the 5th leg. Steve West.
When that dart sits just above that treble, double 20,
6th leg. Mervyn
he's
to
so
throw
good at
first.
using it.
Game on.
Hitting doubles never gets boring. You look at James Wade's career, you look at Steve West's career, you look at Mervyn's career.
46.
Constantly hitting the same double never gets boring.
The intrinsic feedback you get when you see that dart land in the segment that you've aimed for to win a
45.
match or to end a leg. It's just so difficult to replicate.
You might have played this game for 30 years, but 180s never get boring either.
One of the
There's a little sensation in your belly of, I did that. And that's the first time he's done that in this game.
41.
Something we haven't talked about tonight, which might be something we have to address.
105.
Mervyn King has not won a darts tournament since 2018.
Even his latest cracks at the
60.
Challenge Tour have been as far as the final, but winning is a habit as much as not getting over the line is one. You look at the likes of
98.
Terry Jenkins, Dave Chisnell. Right, Dave's been very successful on the floor and in Euro Tour events, but you put those guys in front of the big cameras.
60. Moving your car, 72.
Yeah, Players' Championship 15 in Barnsley. 26th of June 2018. That was the last time King won. Tops.
Game shot
Right in the middle.
leg. Mervyn King.
One leg shootout to see who stays on the hockey in semi-1.
Seventh and final leg, Steve to throw first.
Whoever wins
Game
the
on.
leg gets a game off.
Was this ever not going all the way?
It's had some chapters.
93.
2-0 King, 3-2 West. Now it's 3-3.
And despite all that, there's a 15-point gap in
59.
the averages.
Perfect segue, because the last person that Mervyn beat in a final in the PDC was James Wade. The person who was
45,
noted
thank
for
you.
winning with lower averages more than anybody else ever. But even with 15 points less, that's a bit of a stretch.
One day,
58.
we will find a better measure of performance in this sport than averages. They are a guide. They cannot take into account factors such as timing and
80.
holding your own throw when you've got the advantage and all the intricacies of the numbers that go into a darts match.
So what you're saying, Jack, is we need to pass
100.
all of the stats and live data that we have over to Princeton University in New Jersey, and they can extrapolate it and say, use this instead.
59.
A bit like the film Moneyball, where they take all that data and they get it down to one number. We need that one number in darts.
Yeah, who gets on base as opposed
100.
to who gets to a finish first? It could be that, based on percentages. This is good. Got to be a max, surely.
100.
Magnificent. That changes the leg completely, because now West will get a chance to win Group 2.
Typical West MO from here
38.
is Motown,
Super
4
car,
tops.
44.
And if he's finding this target, he becomes a threat for
Game
tonight.
shoulder knock.
Steve West has rediscovered his love for the double 20 segment this evening. He beats Mervyn King by 4 legs to 3 to ensure that he wins Group 2. It is him that will have the advantage of throw in semi-final number 2. Mervyn King will be back very, very shortly to play in semi-final number 1 against the darts. But there we have it. We said James West was the king of winning with a lower average. Steve West has just replicated that here. We'll be back on the other side of this with the semi-finals.
Welcome back to the Modus Super Series, where the group stage action on this Saturday night has come to a close, and it was a 4-3 victory for Steve West against Mervyn King. The semi-finals, Charlie Martin up against Mervyn King and Steve West up against Tommy Lishman. Paul Nicholson's been watching every single dart here in the studio. It's been an intriguing night's worth of action and a lot of drama in Group 1. Just the solitary leg, pretty much, separating the three players in the group.
Yeah, that was a fabulous group, wasn't it? We didn't know where things were going to go until the very end. But Charlie was inspired towards the end to make sure that he got rid of Jamie Atkins before anything was done by the former England international. He's played some great darts this week, and he will feel like he's been thrown to the wolves a little bit, but he wasn't able to get it to 3-3, which would have seen him safe into a 9-dart shooter at least.
In terms of Charlie Martin, is he beginning to get reputation now of a big stage player?
Big stage starter, I would say. The ability to start well in games is something he's definitely got in his locker, and a lot of people would have his arm off for them to be able to have that in their locker, but he's got it. If he can bring those kind of darts towards the end of some of these games a bit more, we're talking about someone who is not looking for one Super Series title on a night like tonight. We're talking about someone who will compete here for many, many months and many years, maybe.
Well, we saw it towards the end of last year, didn't we, at the Tour Championship, at the Global Championship. The signs were he was moving in the right direction. Would this be another tick off the list if he could pick that up a little bit later on?
Yeah, he's definitely going in the right direction. I think for some players, winning a weekly title is the next thing. I actually think that Charlie has already moved in the right direction this week, so everything else is a bonus. You look at the people who are left in this tournament tonight, someone like Mervyn, I know he's on debut, but Steve West, he's expected to get more weekly titles. So Charlie can maybe say, well, I wasn't that fancied before the start of the night, but I'm someone who can upset the apple cart.
Tommy Lishman was the other player that got out of that group. He's somebody that prior to this week we had a lot of expectations for. How would you say that he's gone through the night?
Pretty gutsy. It didn't go his way in the first game, but the second game he was able to do just enough to keep himself in the melting pot. I would have really liked to have seen him in that practice room during that fifth game of the night, because at one point he's thinking it's going to be 9-dart shootout, at one point it's going to be Atkins going through, and then it was Charlie, and ultimately he's just thinking about himself. Now that he's in the semi-finals, he's in a format of knockout darts that already this year has seen him be very successful.
Jamie Atkins was the player that didn't make it through. Will he feel like opportunity was missed tonight?
There's always an opportunity there when you come here as a Group A winner, but Group A is a bit of a poison chalice in Series 10, isn't it? You get the 2-game break. Some people go home, some people don't have that option, but it doesn't seem to be very fruitful for people. So it hasn't worked out for Jamie, but I still believe he's going in the right direction. I think he just needs to find that level of intensity that is sustainable for nights like tonight. It wasn't quite there, but he was really close.
Let's talk about Group 2. There was a point in the middle of Mervyn King's game against Steve West where I thought we were going to have a conversation about him having perhaps an unblemished night so far. Started off very strongly in his match against James Richardson. Really good performance. Do we kind of just bypass that one there against Steve?
I suppose we can, but we've still got to give Steve credit to get the victory. Now it's 2-2 between those two Titanic dart players. Maybe they're on a collision course to have a separating match in the final tonight. That's the only way they can play each other again. But beating Mervyn with a lesser average, finding stuff when he was 2-0 down, that's the kind of thing that will build the confidence. Mervyn won't be bothered. He knows that he's in the semi-finals. Now it's about winning 2 matches to get that title.
And he's one of those players that he won't look at numbers or anything like that. It's just getting the job done, isn't it? No matter
The thing
what.
is, he doesn't. We've spoken to him many times this week. We've given him statistics, and he just says, really? Not in an ironic way, like it was with Jamie Atkins on Wednesday afternoon. It's a case of he doesn't look at the stat screens. He doesn't pay attention to averages and things like that. They're nice, but they're not what wins games. He's from the old school. He understands this.
In terms of Steve West, what would be your assessment of his evening so far?
It's been a little erratic, but when he was starting in his first game, he looked pretty settled. I like the fact that he bounced back in his second game, but it's a classic Steve West Saturday night. He was able to get through in one game and then utilise the second game to figure something out. Tops looks good tonight. If it remains the case and he gets plenty of chances, he's going to be hard to stop.
Didn't happen with James Richardson tonight, did it?
No, I'm afraid not. 2 games he played really well this week. That was on Thursday. The rest of it, it just wasn't quite there. But with James, there's still a lot more to give. I can't wait to see what he does next because he's got so much drive and passion and a great team behind him. So I'll be looking forward to seeing him back here again.
Well, let's recap then everything that's happened so far tonight. These are the results from Saturday evening's worth of action. And as you can see, every game in Group 1 going on the left-hand side of the draw bracket. And in fact, the only player not to pick up a win this evening was James Richardson. So this is how the semi-finals look. Charlie Martin up against Mervyn King. Steve West takes on Tommy Lishman. Actually, 2 players that came through Group B up against 2 players who came through Group C. Now, an interesting dynamic, I suppose, in the first semi-final between Charlie and Mervyn, because Mervyn's just going to have to come off stage, come back on again. But the atmosphere will be a little bit different because the Martin Army is here and is here in full house. It's going to be a pretty partisan crowd, isn't it?
Well, this is what we were talking about in commentary with Jack, because I sneakily thought that whoever won that last game between Steve and Mervyn, there were multiple benefits. One, you get the darts in the semi-finals. Secondly, you get a game break so you can recompose for your next match. And third, you don't have to play the crowd. So Mervyn has now got a bit of a triple threat when it comes to this first semi-final. He's going to have to stay patient. He's going to have to stay composed. Otherwise, if Charlie Martin does start fast, he's going to have to find a comeback from somewhere.
What's your thoughts on semi-final number 2?
I like the game a lot. I think they both respect each other a lot. It'll be a lot more placid in the audience as well. And that plays into the hands of Steve West because he's the one who's made finals before.
Be interesting to see. Should be good fun to watch. In terms of who could go on and win the title tonight, who are you fancying for it potentially? Who stood out for you?
Well, I do like the look of Charlie, actually. I think Steve has been a bit up and down. It's a question of which Steve turns up in the next game. Mervyn's looked very dependable. I think if he can get through Charlie Martin, he's got a fabulous chance because the final, whoever he would play if he gets through, it wouldn't be a raucous atmosphere. It would be a lot more tepid.
It's been good fun, and this crowd, they've really enjoyed themselves, haven't they?
As they should. That's what you do when you come to Portsmouth. This is very intimate. You can hear the darts hitting the board from row 2 or row 7 at the back. So as far as I'm concerned, everybody here who's paid the money to be here to see who goes through to Champions Week, they deserve it.
www.dartshop.tv if you want to be here on any given Saturday. It's just £5 to be here at the Modus Super Series on a Saturday night. And some tickets are still available for Champions Week here. That is on Saturday, the 26th of April, as we draw Series 10 to a close. It should be an interesting end to tonight's action. We've got 2 semi-finals for you and then the final to follow. Paul Nicholson's going to make his way to the commentary box to describe it, all in the company of Jack Guys. You get semi-final number 1 underway is Charlie Martin up against Mervyn King.
He does win the group, and in doing so has taken out Jamie Atkins. It's
Game
gone,
short on the match.
and Mervyn King is within 1 leg of the semi-finals.
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to the Modus Live Lounge here in Portsmouth for the Modus Super Series, Series 10, Week 9, live on Pluto TV. We now get round to our semi-finals of the evening. Our first semi-final. Please welcome the players to the stage. First of all, Charlie Martin, Alistair King, Mervyn King.
Let's get it. Green light, let's get it. Green light, let's get it. Green light, let's get it. I'm the future, I'm in it. Check score, I'm winning. Green light, let's get it. I just win, 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 win. I'm on 10, 10, 10, 10, 10. Hello, I'm Himothy. I got the recipe. I got the flow. I got the remedy. I know they know. I know they envy me. feet on the floor. What they gonna say now? We came along from last place. Bottom to top.
Two players at different ends of the experience spectrum going toe-to-toe in this first semi-final as Charlie Martin takes on Mervyn King for a place in the finale. Watching this one in the commentary box, Paul Nicholson and Jack Garwood.
Thanks, Henry. We are into knockout darts here on Saturday night. The live lounge is ready, full of expectation and plenty of Charlie Martin fans. History tells us Mervyn King perhaps get a little bit uncomfortable when the crowd starts making some noise. Paul Nicholson, how will he fare this evening?
There's a lot going on that card. An awful lot. Nice handwriting, though. But you're right. There's a lot going on the stage and in the audience. Mervyn's got one job.
First leg, Charlie to throw first. Game on.
It is to keep them quiet. If they're raucous, Charlie will feed off it. And he's starting well again.
140.
So important to his success so far this evening. Charlie Martin's A-game has been exceptional tonight.
95.
Charlie Martin's A-game is exceptional, full stop.
Correct.
His B-game perhaps needs a little bit of work. Needs to start backing up
97.
these big scores, these big visits. And they don't have to be ton. They don't have to be 140, 180. But what they do need to be doing is picking off that extra treble or just keeping the dart straight.
140.
How much of a factor is that this is Charlie's 11th game of the week? This is Mervyn's 26th.
40.
Bearing in mind that Mervyn is twice the age of Charlie, this has to be a factor, surely.
134.
You'd expect so. Mervyn is one who is no stranger to playing a high volume of darts. He is one that is here earlier than any other player ever sets foot in a practice room on this planet. And what that does do is allow him to build up endurance and ability that was very nearly on show right there.
That first ball was unbelievable. Double 16 this time for Charlie. It's not quiet in here by any stretch of the imagination.
Second leg, Mervyn, you throw first. Game on.
And the expression of King has just changed. This could get very interesting. What an exchange that was. Nearly champagne. And then 89 in 2. Wonderful.
Clean as a whistle. In Mervyn King's den as well. That's his
38.
double 16. He's laid claim to that for the best part of 30 years. But in that moment, it didn't help Mervyn. It helped Charlie.
45.
And Mervyn will not mind the support for Charlie whatsoever as long as they're very quiet when he throws, which
81.
they are right now. He has not lost to Charlie this week. They've played twice. It's been 4-2 and 4-3 to Mervyn. Like Henry mentioned in our interlude just now, these semi-finals are based on two players playing each other, not for the first time.
140.
Steve West is one of those players that has got the better of Mervyn King so far this week, which, by the way, ended Mervyn King's
65.
win streak. So Derek Coulson and Bo Greaves will not be joined this week by a player who has gone start to finish without suffering a defeat.
41. Mervyn King,
It's amazing how things change and how much we can spot patterns after that blistering first leg. It's not as good after that.
92.
Not too bad, Mervyn. Still on a 2-darter. Could have been worse. You could have hit the single 4.
95. Moving the car,
A
78.
bit more like it from Charlie. Just got to keep that scoreboard ticking over. He's had 2 visits in this leg. Less than 45.
Game show
Mervyn
the
King has had a
second
visit
leg.
at 78,
Mervyn
and he is level.
Third leg, Charlie to through first.
You've got to respect
Game
that.
on.
89 in 2, 78 in 2. This is a semi-final in week 9. We are less than a month from Champions Week.
134.
And there are 3 players in the semi-final tonight who have never been to Champions Week before. Steve West is the only one left who
41.
has. And this is the series of the first-time winner. 8 completed weeks. 6 new winners.
I don't have the list of week numbers that Steve West won in front of me. But Henry was saying in the last couple of weeks,
100.
history tells us the best time to win a week and qualify for Champions Week is in this slot we're in right now. Weeks 8 and 10 have had the most success. That was last week and next week. Week 9 can't be too far behind
53.
it.
2 of Steve's weekly wins have been 11 and 12.
And the turnaround time on that just might be a little bit too short to be comfortable.
100.
You don't want to do a Jerome Meek or a Scott Taylor win week 12. But then again, it worked for Scott Taylor in Series 6. He won week 12 and then he won the series.
100.
And he was spent when that was done.
Derek Coulson was another that did that on his first trip to Champions Week, but he played Group C in the week that he won, and then he played Group C again in Champions Week.
80.
Yeah, Mervyn had
Charlie
to move
O'Connor,
there.
80.
Just over the top. And now, once again,
Game shown the
doubling
right
in this
line.
game has been so good.
Fourth leg,
The
Mervyn
only
to
miss
throw
we've
first.
seen was for the
Game on.
1-3-2 from King. Mervyn was talking to myself a little bit earlier tonight about the silence of the room from Monday to Friday. In fact, it's technically Monday to
77.
Saturday because he played into the early hours. And now it's very different. And what this place does
85.
when you invite people in, cheering on their best, is it lifts the temperature as well.
60.
This will feel more like Thursday night. There'll be more perspiration. Your heartbeat will go a little bit harder because you're slightly more dehydrated.
93.
Yeah, the temperature's just starting to rise here in the UK. Not just in the room this evening.
60.
Is this one getting away from Mervyn a little bit? Put it this way, if Charlie Martin was to win tonight, it would be a story.
42.
You think about the winners that we've had. Sam Spivey came all the way from Scarborough. Shane McGurk winning his first week. That's a totally different story. He's a Lakeside champion.
$97.
But winning a week, what can it do for you? Look at Scott Campbell from week 6. He'd go on to win elsewhere after winning here.
91.
Played really nicely for Scotland earlier this evening as well.
No shock there.
He is a man in great form. And in a week of
140.
opportunity that Champions Week looks currently set to be, even amongst a group of players that
174. Moving the car, 67.
haven't had the successor in the building, Scott Campbell just might be allowed to go under the radar.
This has got to go. Double 16. Oh, it's beautiful.
Mervyn King.
Even the Martin Army
Charlie to through
had to
first.
clap that
Game
one
on.
because after a 174, Mervyn says, "Don't count me out." That was classic King.
91.
This is a high-pressure darts match. And we are a collective 4 from 5 on the outer ring.
40.
Averages aren't bad either. Both over 90. One of them very comfortably so. But I think Charlie's getting an education tonight. Playing a legendary player in front of an audience. Live on Pluto TV. These are the opportunities that Mervyn and his compatriots did not get at the start of their careers.
And not just that, he seems to be reveling in it. He is loving this moment. We've seen Charlie Martin in high-profile games here before. Went all the way to the finals of the ADC Tour Finals. Was in the Global Championship. Made it into that knockout day. Was beaten in the quarterfinals. Over a slightly longer format as well.
57.
But to replicate that success in the Modus Super Series, as he alluded to when I spoke to him earlier today, would be his biggest success
39.
today.
Mervyn is working very hard right now. Every dart is getting 100% of the attention. It's not autopilot this from Merv. This is hard work.
100.
If he was a pilot, he'd be skirting his way through the storm.
And it's in moments
63.
like these where he might
Charlie
be
McCann,
begrudging the
90.
result against Steve West in that final group game of his. It did give Charlie Martin the advantage of throw in this semi-final. But a loose start there will give Merv an outside opportunity at 157. And what a time it would be to produce a shot like this.
Yeah, it would be good. It would be great. It would be unbelievable.
Game shown the fifth leg.
You better believe
Mervyn
it.
King.
That's what World Masters can do.
6 leg Mervyn to throw first. Game
Realistically speaking, who saw that coming? It was a bad leg until the last 3 darts. That's like hauling a wedge from 90 yards for a par.
And the crazy thing is, he was shaking his head after it.
97.
He still wasn't happy. You're throwing for the match, Mervyn. Hang on.
108.
Hang on a minute.
It just doesn't feel like it, Jack, but that was the first 180 of the game. This game has been played in an impeccable spirit in front of a crowd that has behaved impeccably, even though most of them are cheering on one
77.
person. This game is an incredible advertisement for the Modus Super Series.
59.
Little slip from Mervyn. This is where Charlie struggled a little bit. When that first start isn't where he
57.
wants it, it's hard work chasing around the board.
And Mervyn's not going to be sped up. That's
100.
okay. That is a finish where he can leave double 16, but he's going to need the treble first.
It's a finish we've seen from Mervyn already this week.
99. Mervyn King 110.
It does come with pressure. This is for the match. To see off Charlie Martin and his army of fans.
He goes next door. He has now left
86.
himself on a double
Charlie King,
to win
88.
this semi-final, but only if Charlie doesn't raise the roof.
First dart is so important for Charlie Martin. Doesn't manage to buy himself 2 darts to double 14, so instead it's one at the bull.
54. Mervyn
That
King,
might be it.
24.
Mervyn, on debut at the Modus Super Series, is staring the final in the face.
Game shot
And he
on
will
the
make the final.
Mervyn King.
He's kept everything quiet. That game really was played in a magnificent spirit. It has seen progress for Charlie this week, but his progress is halted at the final four. Mervyn played superb darts in a game where they were separated by 0.2 of a single point. But 4 from 5 on the doubles, and that simply irresistible 157 checkout has got to be the reason why Mervyn King is in tonight's final.
Are you ready to lift that trophy, Darius?
Yeah.
Let's do it then. Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series 9 champion is Lucky D, Darius Labanowski!
Well, what a wonderful night of darts we have seen, and we are ready. Our champion is ready, and it's trophy time. So receive the trophy. £25,000. The new Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Mervyn And one more time, the 8th Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Mervyn And the new Modus Super Series champion is Andreas Dirty Harrison. And one more time, the 7th Modus Super Series champion. Give it up for Andreas Dirty Harrison!
The moment we've all been waiting for. Would you please show your appreciation for your Series 6 Modus Super Series champion, Scott Taylor!
Time, your new Modus Super Series champion. He is Chucky. He is Jim McEwen.
Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series champion, retaining his title, the Luke Lidlow!
To produce a shot like this.
Yeah, it would be good. It would be great. It would be unbelievable.
Game show the 5th leg.
You better believe
Mervyn
it.
King.
That's what World Masters can do.
6th leg, Mervyn to throw first.
Realistically speaking, who saw that coming?
Well, that could have been the difference maker as Mervyn King got the better of Charlie Martin by 4 legs to 2 in the first semi-final. At 2-2, Mervyn King pulled that out the fire. Then he win the leg after that, and you could see in Charlie Martin's face following that game how crestfallen he was. So that's the first of the semi-finals done and dusted. Mervyn King is into the final here at the live lounge report. So we've still got one more semi-final to come. That sees Steve West and Tommy Lishman go head-to-head. Now, these two went head-to-head in Group C over the course of Thursday and Friday. But what is the third meeting between the pair going to? We're about to find out.
He becomes a threat for tonight. Steve West has rediscovered his love for the double 20.
He's still alive. He's had to work very hard to get a victory here.
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to the Modus Live Lounge here in Portsmouth for the Modus Super Series, Series 10, Week 9. We now get round to our second semi-final of the evening. Please welcome on stage, simply Steve West and his opponent, Tommy Lishman, live on Pluto TV.
Live on Pluto TV in the United Kingdom and across the world. 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, the Super Series dedicated channel. And every single week you get to see blockbusters like this. It's Lishman and West in semi-final number 2. And it is Jack Garwin and Paul Nicholson in commentary.
We started with 12, we're down to 3. And Mervyn King is waiting for someone to play in the final. Are we going to have a bookended week with West against King, or will Lishman play Mervyn King for the first time this week in the final?
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. First leg, Steve to throw first.
In our first semi-final, we saw Mervyn King having a 100% record against Charlie Martin leading into that semi. On this occasion, it is Steve West and Tommy Lishman, who are 1-all for the week in their Group C campaign. And now this is the tiebreaker.
Yeah, Steve West ran the card on day 1 in Group C. Wasn't able to keep that up yesterday. But this room in particular are fully aware of the talent that Steve West possesses and his innate ability to just lift that trophy on that stage.
Steve seeing the lighter side of that one. I think that was a tricky 140 to call.
96.
That little bit of lightheartedness might actually give Steve a little bit of levity. Just to get
59
relaxed and ready for an assault on this treble 20 and tops. That's the key to success for him.
Is that where Steve West, the dart player, has matured
59.
and grown since he first walked through the doors here?
Well, when he first came here, he was fresh off the tour. And there were questions to be answered. Where does he go next?
56.
He's made this his darting home arguably more than anybody else. Now, there are other people who have. Conan Whitehead. Littler was here for a while. Not
Tommy
long.
O'Carr, 146.
Neil Duff. And some others. Now we're looking at 86. That's interesting. Double 18.
Each on the first flag.
Flashy to say the least.
Got a reaction from Steve West in the
Second leg,
background.
Tommy to throw first. Game on.
He saw where that second dart was heading and he didn't like it. Tommy Lishman, your card has just been marked by that look.
You aren't wrong.
96.
But Tommy is not a fan of double 16. That's why he did that. It may look flashy.
59.
Steve wasn't on a finish, though. So he did have the time to do so.
Exactly right. That's the point. Steve was on 200 points.
92.
So if you've got 86 left, you can obviously go treble 18 for double 16. But if you go bull in that spot and you hit a 25 to leave 61,
140.
you can even go for another 25 if you so wish, but something else to try and leave a double that you do like.
We've already seen the range of
96.
counting that Tommy Lishman possesses this evening. Hit a 25 earlier to leave 334 instead of 339.
Darting world,
54.
take note. Don't leave 339.
We talk about it a lot with 341 and 344 and using the single 17 or treble 17 as your setup shot, but
97. Thank
even
you.
that one would have got people just to be that little bit more aware of what score you're on from the word go.
First start's got to be better for Steve, but if it isn't, that's what he's got to
120.
get. Lishman on for a second consecutive ton plus checkout.
Steve West thinks it's gone.
80.
Got to be
Steve
positive.
125.
He's not going to hit everything all the time. Steve doesn't get to tops.
45. Tommy
And that's a little bit of a
40.
waste. A straight dart and you're coming back for at least a single to double visit. He's now going to have to burn a dart or hit a treble. Tommy, however, has been very good on double 10 tonight.
20.
Well, that's
Steve
why
Car
going for
80.
tops on that last dart was a mistake. Got to put it right. Ironically, with tops.
60. Tommy
If he'd hit a single 20 with his previous visit, he would have had 2. That's just stating the obvious.
Potentially would have been able to work his way around the blocker that he throws so well.
10. Steve
Richardson,
Car
though, racking
20.
up the missed opportunities in leg 2.
Is he getting away with this, Jack?
It's not a break unless you're holding the following leg, and
10.
Tommy Lishman's
Tommy
getting another
O'Connor,
chance.
10.
Both on 5s. Nobody likes double 5.
The worst double on the board.
One of them.
6.
Still a chance.
Steve Car 10.
How many lives is West using up here?
Game shot on the second leg. Steve West.
Turns out that Westy's got some fans in here as well.
Third leg, Steve to throw first. Game on.
And maybe that leg has just lit a fire under him.
Combined with the finish of leg 1 as well. Do not get Steve West
57.
angry.
Took him a couple of legs to find the range against Mervyn King, but this is a very different match. He was always coming back for the semi-finals post Mervyn King.
58.
If he doesn't get it together in this one, he will not play Mervyn King again. Four darts lining up just shy of the 60 in this leg.
59.
He's given the treble a bit of a telling off.
The thing is, his body language and the things
137.
he has said out loud on the stage in the last 5 minutes. Lishman is listening and watching.
95.
He may just be feeding off what Steve is doing. This is why you've got to try and not disclose that information to your opponent sometimes.
Yeah, what Tommy should be doing is taking that, well, all the reactions we've seen from Steve, all the comments he's verbalised, and running with it and using it to his advantage. But actually, you look at the ending of leg number 2, and there's a little tentative here in leg 3 from Tommy. When
100.
Those actions come from a player with the reputation that Steve West has on the hockey, we can sit here and say how you shouldn't be doing all of those things
60.
till the cows come home, but when Tommy is considerably less experienced, is there a chance it's actually having a negative effect on Tommy more than Steve?
Potentially.
130.
There is plausibility in this game that both of them
60.
want this a little bit
Supercar
too much.
60.
And as a result of that, they're not finding their best game at all. Tops again.
40. Tommy O'Carr,
That's what
150.
was happening in Group A a lot.
The love-hate relationship continues. Now, the modern way for this 150, dare I say it, is ball first. And we get a little caught up that perhaps they're going for 3 balls, but it's ball treble 20 tops.
He doesn't know where he wants to go.
Opted for the 20s. You throw at that target more than
86.
anything else on the board.
Supercar 20.
Well, this has been a game of secondary doubles
Game shown
ever since the first
Steve
leg. West has found the lead, and tonight, all of a sudden,
4-play Tommy to third first.
after
Game
beating
on.
James Richardson with a 92.9 average, he is finding leg wins with his C or D game.
140.
Now, what I was talking about with wanting it too much, I know that Steve has got 5 weekly titles. Tommy hasn't got any yet. Tommy wants that first one.
140.
He wants to join Reece Robinson in Champions League desperately. Steve desperately wants that 6th title. But in order to get what you want in darts, you can't try too hard. Have you ever seen a sprinter running 100 meters? They don't try. It's all relaxed technique.
100.
That's what's needed in moments like this.
Completely agree. When sportsmen are at their optimal performance level,
57.
everything looks easy, not difficult. Footballers glide across the pitch. Rugby players just see the gaps. Snooker players, you can tell by their action of the cue ball that they're timing it
57.
purely.
Tommy O'Carr, 124.
There's a lot of hard work going into this game. And as much as we can admire that, it's not helping them.
This bullseye might help Tommy, though.
84.
Which he's not gone for. Cheers, Tommy.
Yeah, this time he didn't want it. Is that a little bit too late?
Tommy O'Carr, 40.
We are about to find out. It's a classic leg 4 scenario.
Two is
20.
in
Steve
the
O'Carr,
grasp of
24.
Lishman. But this is for a 3-1 instead to Steve West.
Game shown
And that
at 4
2-leg
play.
swing
Steve West.
is absolutely massive for simply
Fifth leg
Steve
Steve
West.
to third
And there's only one person in the
Game on.
crowd he was pointing to right there. That's Mrs. West, who right now will probably have her head in her hands.
140.
It is not easy to watch the person that you spend your life with going through this. He may just have unlocked
140.
something that can get this game won so he can set up a blockbuster of a final towards the end of Series 10.
I firmly believe that fans of
60.
sport, people, especially those that are close to you, go through the ringer more in a match than any sports person does. At the end of the match, the emotions are completely different. But whilst live
85.
sport is taking place, if you have chips in the game, it is so much more difficult to be a fan.
85.
Because there is absolutely nothing you can do to affect the outcome.
Correct. Lishman's already dug himself out of one hole tonight. Has he still got his spade? He might do. But that's not been his problem. The problem has been the doubles. He's 1 from 13.
He has trailed 3-1 in every match he's played tonight. He has played all 7 legs in every previous match tonight.
Which means this goes.
2 double 19s. There's the first. Oh, the deflection
Supercar 76
may well have just cost Tommy Lishman the chance to stay in this match.
What does this do? It's double 14. West is in another final.
Game show of the match. Steve West.
It was all about the doubles. West found the sprint at the end of the game and a crucial 180. Got him on track in the penultimate leg, but that 76 kill sets up a blockbuster final in week number 9. They've known each other for decades, and there's going to be history tonight at the Live Lounge because either Mervyn King will get his first weekly title at the first attempt, or it will be Steve West getting title number 6. Incredible stuff. It wasn't a classic game with the averages, but now we can all look forward to the final between Mervyn King and Steve West.
$54. Charlie Maguire, 164. $44. $32. Charlie required 120.
Well, 120. He's got a fair, at least 2 handfuls of this. Just needs to stay
60.
there. That's a good shot. Halves his score. Leaves himself on a 2-darter.
$26. Charlie
Time on his
required
side
60.
to become back-to-back singles champion.
$40.
Definitely a couple of nerves in those last 2 darts. But he'll be coming back.
It's a moment he's been in before this situation. Standing at the back of the stage,
Charlie
approaching the
required
jockey with a
20.
chance to win the title.
He did this to win the first title, if you remember.
11.
I think he's gone.
Georgia
I think he's gone to bust it, maybe. The first title he won, he wanted 20. He went 6 double 7 to win it. He had a chance to replicate it again.
Yeah, I get the feeling that was for a bust, and
39.
on that situation there, George Gay wasn't even able to take it out going to the 18s on that switch.
Yeah, I think he just panicked a bit, but he's done well to get that big one.
Sometimes can be the hardest part.
Georgia requires
This is it.
79.
It's got to be 19s. It's got to be 19s for this shot. Big 20 and a double. He's got the first one. He's going to get a match dart here.
$59. Charlie
Threw the entire
required
body into that
8.
one. Just didn't want to let go of the dart.
No score.
He's given George a chance.
Georgia require 20.
I think George has been quite good on double 10 today.
So many opportunities for Charlie Murphy. Couldn't get the job done.
Got in the match! And the Red Dragon
George
Modus
Skate.
Super Series Influencers Champion, George Skate!
Leave 60. I would say this has to go for Jaden. Big pressure for the little man, but what a shot to stay alive this would be.
Jaden Walker taking and Jaden Walker! It's Angry Ginge and 12-year-old Jaden Walker! Steve West, and Dance for Fun! George Scaife and Adam Lipscomb.
The 4th edition of the Modus Super Series Influencers event takes place on Sunday, May the 11th. Tickets go on sale tomorrow from 10 a.m. from www.dartshop.tv. And you better be quick because the last few events have sold out pretty much on the day. All ticket sales and proceeds will go to the Jack Dowding Foundation. 10 a.m. tomorrow, dartshop.tv for your tickets for the 4th incarnation of the Super Series Influencers event. The asset Paul Nicholson's alongside us. He's been watching every single dart from Series 10 Week 9. It's finals night here in Portsmouth, and we have got a final between Mervyn King and Steve West to look forward to in around about 10 minutes' time. But overall, it's been a fairly decent night of darts, hasn't it?
Say that again. We've had a lot of 180s from a couple of different parties, intriguing games, big finishes. I mean, the 146 from Tommy Lishman, that was great fun, but it wasn't the best one of the night and not the most important one, but it has been very intriguing with lots of close calls, and now we're down to 2. It's going to be a bookended week because the first game of the week will be the last.
Well, let's have a look at what has happened tonight. These are the results from this evening's matches. Steve West beating Tommy Lishman 4-1. Mervyn King beat Charlie Martin 4-2 in the semi-finals. And it is going to be King and West that go head-to-head in a few moments' time. We'll preview that final in a little bit more detail in just a second. But let's look back at the 2 semi-finals, which has seen the pair make it through to the finale at the end of the week. And for Mervyn King, as you saw there, 4-2 win against Charlie Martin. That semi-final really was all about one moment, wasn't it? That 1-5-7 finish.
Yeah, definitely. Charlie was in position to try and overrun Mervyn, but you look at King in that semi-final, he looked like he was working very, very hard. It looked like the temperature was going up on the stage. You can see that Charlie is waiting on 64, but this is one of the reasons why he has been a world-class player for 30 years. Doing that is just world-class. And I can tell you that that really hurt Charlie because he wouldn't recover from that.
And you saw actually in Charlie's face when he lost the semi-final, he looked crestfallen, didn't he?
Yeah, of course, because you want this to be your night. You want to have the trophy. You want to be sitting here with us at the end of the show talking about this being the biggest thing you've ever done. Dreams are about things that are difficult. Nobody said winning was easy. And when you want something, it's always got to be done the hard way. He's got talent, has Charlie, and I have been mightily impressed with him this week. But he's been up against 2 players in Steve West and Mervyn King this week who have just got way more experience, and he's got to build towards that.
And I'm sure we'll see that. As you can see there, Charlie bitterly disappointed. A nice embrace between the pair, but it is Mervyn King that is going to make it through to the final. Now, he's going to take on Steve West. And in terms of that semi-final against Tommy Lishman, that was a real professional job, wasn't it?
Yeah, I think the first reaction from Steve on the 146, where Tommy went bull double 18 on darts 2 and 3, I think that took Steve by surprise. And it almost woke Steve up. It did take him a little bit of time to get going against Mervyn earlier on, and it did so prove to be the case in the semi-final as well. But when he got going, he was just a little bit better as the game went on, and the fire is starting to be stoked now, isn't it, with the reaction on the finish. But this is what started it all off. There's a lot of sense in doing what he did, because West is back on 200. He can go whatever route he wants. He can go treble 20 again if he wants, but usually you'd reserve that for when your opponent's on a finish. But I don't think Steve should have a proper problem with the way he went for it. He was probably going to win the leg anyway, even if he'd missed the 146.
And Steve has this ability, no matter what kind of form he's in before or during a week here, he tends to always find a way, doesn't he?
Yeah, this is an incredible run that he's on this week. He said that he was quite rusty at the start of the week, but he's found a way. And if his first start is not cooperating, he does get down on himself and he does put too much pressure on himself. And we speak to him and his family speak to him about this, but nobody can help you when you're on the stage. You've got to figure it out yourself. But give him credit. Give himself some credit. I would say that to him right now. You're the one who figured it out. Nobody else helped you. You went up there, you did what you needed to do, and it's a final that you've got.
Steve West there beating Tommy Lishman in that second semi-final. An emotional affair for him, and I think he very much enjoyed that finish, which sealed the job. So that's our final in a few moments' time. West against King, and next week, well, it's going to be fast, it's going to be furious.
And those 3 words are, you are mine.
What a finish! What a man!
Oh my word! It's wonderful.
Oh, that's a Hail Mary and a half.
Goodbye.
It's going to be quick fire, and it's going to be good. Group A sees former weekly winners David Davis, Andy Davison, Tom Sykes and Jimmy Van Schie all in action. Tom making his England debut earlier on this afternoon, and a very good performance at that. Group B sees Simon Whitlock have another crack at the Super Series. Former weekly winner Mike Gillett is there as well. Tommy Morris is going to be in Group C alongside Carl Wilkinson. He could be an interesting name to look out for. And Darnell McCrory on his debut. It gets underway Monday morning from 9:30. And that Group A really does just scream off the page, doesn't it?
Most of them are in the room tonight. And they just want to get a feel of what next week could be like for them. But I'm really happy to see Andy Davidson back. He's had some great success in the last year, but he's had some downs as well, so we'd like to get back on the weekly winning train, but there are plenty of other people who are looking to do what Steve is trying to do tonight, which is get more wins. But David Davies, he was tremendous in the last series. He'd love to get back to Champions Week once again, but there are so many other candidates. Carl Wilkinson, I'm glad you brought him up, because he's a fabulous player, and he's never played as well as he has in the last year. He might be a candidate for next week.
Monday morning, 9:30, live here on Pluto TV. Well, it's time for our final here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth, and it is a meeting between Steve West and Mervyn King. Look, these two know each other inside out. There's going to be no secrets about this affair, is there?
Oh, no. They know pretty much everything about each other. We don't really have an accurate count as to how many times they've played each other, because they've played each other in tournaments that weren't even recorded. So they know each other's inside leg measurements, they know their shirt size, they know the weight of their darts. But there are two very different stories here. Mervyn for a first win, and then to come back to Champions Week. And if West wins, 6 weekly wins, and he will undoubtedly be the king of the Modus Super Series without a series title.
On the basis of play tonight, who do you fancy for this match?
It is 50-50. But if West gets off to another bad start, that might be him out of lives. He's been using them up tonight, especially in the early stage of that semi-final. It was in leg 2, wasn't it, on the double fives. He did have a slow start in the group game. I don't think he can do it again. I think Mervyn will be ready to empty the tank.
Be interesting, Nico. Thank you very much. It is time for the final here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. It's Steve West up against Mervyn King.
Is staring the final in the face.
Game, shot,
and he will make the final.
Mervyn King.
He's kept everything quiet. It's double 14. West is in another final.
Game shot of the match. Steve West.
It was all about the...
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to the Modus Live Lounge here in Portsmouth for the Modus Super Series, Series 10, Week 9, live on Pluto TV. We now get down to tonight's final, and what a final we are expecting. Please put your hands together and welcome to the stage. It's simply Steve West! Ladies and gentlemen, we have royalty in the building tonight. Please put your hands together and welcome Steve's opponent to the stage. It's the King, Mervyn King!
I am number one, not number two. If I'm not the one, I'm uncomfortable. See the competition I've been running through. Leveled up, I only see him in my rear view. Switch. Yeah, I'm ballin'. Yeah, I'm ballin'.
All smiles ahead of what could be the best final of the series so far. Two heavyweight names, and we're going to get a big name into Champions Week. Is it going to be Steve West for a 6th time, or is Mervyn King going to win on debut? We're about to find out in the commentary box for this one. Paul Nicholson is alongside Jack Garwood.
Thank you, Henry. It is final time at the Super Series. An expectant crowd here in the Modus Live Lounge this evening. And sometimes when we get to this situation, Paul Nicholson, the question is asked, who would have thought it? Pretty much everybody when we saw the lineup for this week.
I think that's very fair. Who'd have thought that on Monday morning at around 9:35, Mervyn would beat Steve 4-0, averaging nearly 104. And that would still be the performance of the week, tied with the performance that Steve had on Thursday. Trying to call this is like trying to call heads or
Ladies and
tails.
gentlemen, first flag Mervyn to throw first. Game on.
Maybe it's 51% Mervyn and 49% for Steve West because of the throw that has been won by King in the practice room. But surely it's not going to be as simple as that.
No, in my luck, the coin would land on its edge.
128.
We want this to be a blistering final. And if it is to be the case, Steve must keep pace in the first 2 legs.
59.
Mervyn is a master of protecting leads this week, especially in Group B.
The level we've seen from Merv as well as a front runner just make him a formidable opponent in this situation.
100.
His worst average of the night was in a loss to West, and that was 89.75. Steve's last 2 performances have been below that, which
99
is a little bit of a worry. Now is the right time to find everything that you've got left.
100.
The back end of that group game between these two, Steve West started to find a little bit. The same can be said in his semi-final against Tommy Lishman. But Mervyn King is just finding a little bit of double 16.
118.
Maybe not this time.
Steve thought that was going. I think most of people around the world thought it was. This is a good start.
89. Mervyn King 16.
Great marker.
Gage on the first
Didn't need
leg.
it.
Mervyn King.
It's a brilliant start for King.
Second leg Steve to throw first. Game on.
Steve West has been in every situation possible in this building. Trailing 1-0 in a final against the Darts should not faze him too much.
140.
He already looks calmer than his semi-final.
140.
There's something to be said as Michelle watches on. This is his 6th day in a row, just like Mervyn's. They've worked
140.
so hard this week. It's all boiled down to this. Give what you've got and rest tomorrow.
100.
What would Steve West give for this win tonight? Well, he would probably gladly hand over one of his hips.
The good one.
100.
Yeah.
Steve Carr 161.
at the start of the week, he was probably the one of the two that needed the reps, that you could say will benefit from playing all week. Mervyn
88. Mervyn
could and
King,
should have won Group A,
121.
perhaps, and earned himself 2 days off. Instead, he's been here all week as well. The tiredness started to tell a little bit. Late on Thursday, late on Friday.
57.
But he looks incredibly
Supercar
fresh at this
73.
stage right now.
Oh no, it's going to have to be the bull. Or maybe not, it's double 9. Great recovery.
Game show on the second leg. Steve West.
That could have got very sticky.
Third leg moving to through first.
But he didn't
Game on.
stand back thinking, why have I just done that? He just stayed in rhythm and figured it out.
Steve West, you cheeky chappy. Did you see what he just
96.
mouthed at Michelle? Really?
Are you trying to tell me that you didn't know he was a cheeky chappy? Everybody knows he is.
In my defence, I've normally got my back to it.
85.
We touched on this earlier, though.
55.
Not mellowing, but the maturity that we've seen from Steve since he first walked through the door. There was a time where the incident in the previous match where he jokingly looked at his watch to say how long you're going to take to call that. That would have riled Steve West up when he first walked through the doors here. Now he's making light of it. He's turning it into a situation that suits him. And he is loving every moment he gets to spend
100
on one of the best stages in darts.
Pressure situations do funny things to you. Look what it's doing to Steve.
140.
At this point in time, he's having fun. .96 after 9. He may just be about to turn this final on its head a little bit. Are they both finding their best darts in the last match of the week? The stats tell us yes.
What every player dreams of, saving their best till last and hoping
Game show on the
they've
third
got
leg.
enough
Steve West.
to ensure they're the one lifting the trophy at the end of the night.
Fourth leg
And
Steve
Steve
to
West
first.
is averaging 106.
But he's only
Game on.
halfway there. He's been in situations like this before. A bit like the semi-final of Series 8 on the Champions Night.
123.
He was within a whisker. And I mean a whisker of the Champions Night final.
100.
The grand final, if you wish. And then, in Series 9, in week 12, he lost out in the final to Jimmy Van Schie.
96.
Again. He's probably very happy that Jimmy's playing next week. And not in week 9 this time.
42.
It's one of those matchups that he'd absolutely love another shot at. Because if he does get it, it means he's been victorious in this match.
56.
Yeah, good point, Jack.
It means he's won a 6th weekly title. Doesn't bode well for some of the guys in the crowd, though. Andy Davidson, Tommy Morris watching
99.
on. Both of them competing next week, but if Steve gets a shot at Jimmy, that means he's come through one of the tastiest weeks I've seen in a long time.
55.
There's Tommy. Really good friend of Steve's. Trying to leave 120.
100.
One short.
Does leave a finish, but it is a long shot, and you expect Steve to be much more comfortable at the end of this visit. Treble 17.
97.
It's not bad.
Moving the car 160.
Not bad at all. But what did Mervyn do on a shot like this in his previous game? He saved the situation. Is he up to the same trick? Oh,
Game
not again!
Mervyn King.
Worthy of royalty. What a
Mervyn
shot
to
that
third
is.
first.
That is up there with the Jimmy Van Schie 151 that was hit against West in Series 8. My word, that was huge.
Truly remarkable from Mervyn King. The 160 out. Not on his favourite double. But it's one that gets
85.
him level in this final. We are effectively in a best-of-3 shootout. And once again, Mervyn King has the advantage of throw.
125.
That equalises the biggest finish of the week. But there is night and day between Jamie Atkins' 160 from
100.
Tuesday and the one we've just seen from Mervyn. It's all about the moment. Steve was waiting on 74.
46.
When that was hit.
Check out, he hit a little bit earlier on as well. Has the joint highest finish of the week. Just paved the way
140.
to the highest prize fund that any of these 12 players will be taking home.
$125.
Two great darts. One to the left. You could hear a drop of condensation
60.
from a pint of beer drop on a carpet in this place. This has got to be the most gripping final we've had so
59.
far in this series
Mervyn
because of
King,
reputation,
116.
experience, and drama.
And the level they're both producing. Steve West has just dropped below the ton mark for the first time. Back-to-back ton pluses, Mervyn.
Each on the fifth leg.
Back-to-back ton
Mervyn
pluses,
King.
Mervyn. And he has completely turned this
Six leg
game
Steve to
on
front
its head.
first.
Steve
Game
West
on.
had done everything right in this match. He'd built up a lead. He'd broken the throw, considering Mervyn started with that advantage.
46.
And two absolute whopper of finishes. A 160 and a 116 from Mervyn King. I mean, he is potentially moments away from his
140.
first weekly title.
Well, the genius of this performance is not in the average, it's in the doubling. Because West has had two darts
99.
at a double and hit them both. Since then, Mervyn has not allowed Steve a shot. Because he knows that if he does, he runs
60.
the risk of losing crucial legs in this final. Steve
100.
really hasn't done anything wrong. He's had his best game of the night. But Mervyn has played at a higher level and has deflected him with some of the finishing that you could only dream of.
The daily walk along the beach that Mr. and Miss West take will feel one heck of a lot sweeter if
98.
he can
Mervyn
convert
King,
from this position.
161.
However, it might be the end. Steve's going to have to do to
81.
Mervyn what Mervyn has done to him
58.
in finding something enormous.
Had to land a haymaker, and the swing was just a little bit
96.
wild.
Mervyn King, 80.
Will it be 16s? Or will he use the 20s as a route to glory? It's interesting. It's
24.
debatable, but this is not the time to
62.
debate that. In Steve's case, it's time to survive. On trusty tops.
22. Mervyn King, 56.
Now it is match point.
Game, shot, and a match. And the winner of the Modus Super Series, Series 10, Week 9, it's the King, Mervyn King.
Drink it in, because the King is a winner in Portsmouth for the first time. It is his first tournament win since 2018. And he will be coming back to Portsmouth in the middle portion of April. He may just be a champion king in Series 10. He's taken out his great friend Steve West, the winningest player in Portsmouth in the Modus Super Series from the last 3 years, with a stunning performance, and the finishing really did get it done. That 160 checkout was unbelievable, just like his 157 from the semis. He was the better player, and he starved Steve West of shots at the outer ring. Week 9 belongs to Mervyn King. He's your winner by 4 legs to 2.
So, Mervyn King winning on his debut here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. It began with a victory against Steve West. It has ended with a victory against Steve West. This is what we have seen so far this evening. Mervyn King beating Steve West by 4 legs to 2 in the final. And he is going to make it through to Champions Week on debut here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. Right, let's hear from the champion then, Mervyn King. He's speaking to Jack Garwood.
Mervyn, congratulations. Just sum up how you're feeling after your first win here in this building.
Wow. What can I say? At the start of the week, I was hoping to make the last day, which I done, and that was hard fought. I certainly wasn't expecting to win it. You got the likes of Jamie Atkins and Charlie and Steve, and to be fair, I didn't play that great. I'd done the right things at the right time, and that was the only thing that got me here now, and that's it. Simple as. I was playing players that were playing better than me. I just done the right things at the right time.
The first thing you said to me as I walked on stage then was, wow, I really didn't expect this. Can you believe you're standing here now?
It's getting there. Maybe tomorrow morning, if you ask me again, I might say yes. But seriously, I didn't come here with the expectations of winning it. Don't get me wrong. I wanted to. It was there in my mind that, you know, maybe I could. I wasn't playing, in my mind, well enough to win it. I just done the right things at the right time, and for which I'm very happy.
Where does this rank in the accolades and achievements of Mervyn King? Obviously, you lost your tour card at the start of this year. You've played pretty well on the Challenge Tour. Does picking up a title for the first time in a number of years now, to be honest, make you smile?
That's very kind of you not to mention that.
That was Paul Nicholson, not me.
Yeah, of course. I mean, it's wow, just unreal to do what I've done here this evening and all week has it's given me a little bit more confidence now. So, you know, you never know.
Looking ahead just a couple of weeks now to Champions Week, you'll be back once again. Now that you've done this once, can you do it once again for the big pot?
If I've done it once, there's no reason I can't do it again, but who knows? I mean, you've got all winners and great players, and at the end of the day, I'm going to have to up my game a little bit more than what I had this week, and maybe do a little bit more at the right time. Who knows? You know, I'm not here to make the numbers up. I'm here to try and do as well as I can. Tonight it worked. Maybe in finals night, who knows? I might be last. Who knows? You just don't know.
Well, you've got a couple of weeks to go and prepare for that, Mervyn. But first, ladies and gentlemen, please give a warm round of applause to your Week 9 winner, Mervyn King! One more time, ladies and gentlemen, your Week 9 champion, Mervyn King!
Mervyn King back in the winner's enclosure, and you can see with that smile beaming from ear to ear how much that success means to him. It's been a little while, 2018, since his last title, and I think he is enjoying the moment. So Mervyn King, a winner once again here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. He's given Jack Garwood the trophy. He's got the medal, and he will be at Champions Week in a few weeks' time. An intriguing final, and it was a final which was categorised by 2 ton-plus checkouts, wasn't it, which really turned the game in his favour. And that was the key difference, wasn't it? The back-to-back ton-plus checkouts. It just looked like it was 2 haymakers too far for Steve West.
Well, yeah, because 2 ton-plus checkouts in a row in the middle of a final can make such a big difference. I think when we look back on week 9, we will categorise this as the finish of the week. And if you'd have said to me maybe 30 minutes ago that someone was going to eclipse the 157, I would have said, you've got to be kidding. But he just did it. And he backed it up with a 116 after that. And at that point, Steve is thinking, am I going to get another dart at a double? Well, he would get one more. And it would be at tops, it would miss. But he was put under so much pressure. This is what great dart players talk about in interviews over the course of careers. Constantly putting your opponent under pressure. That's what it's all about. And Mervyn did that, even though Westy was providing us with great quality.
And he did something similar in his semi-final against Charlie Martin, the 157 finish. As a professional, how do you summon this up in this moment?
It's really hard to describe. It's a little mix of desperation and poise. I can look back at various careers, people who hit ton-plus checkouts to win events or big checkouts to stay in tournaments. It's a question of wanting something but staying within a process where you feel like you can perform. Because if you are too drastic and too desperate, you won't hit it. That's what Mervyn's got. It's the composure that he's shown in pressure circumstances tonight, which is why he's got the medal around his neck.
What do you think I know he's won this week, but in terms of performance, in terms of levels of play, in terms of where he may feel he is, what do you think he's taken from this week?
He's taken a very large win percentage away with him. We're talking about over 80% of the games he's played, he's won them against some fabulous players, like West, like Charlie Martin, like all of the people he was up against in Group A and Group B as well. He should be very proud of this, and he's constantly downplaying the way he's playing. I could have done this better. I could have played better here. The thing is, he is the best player this week because he's done the right things at the right times.
So, Mervyn King, I can tell you, could be in any potential group when it comes to Champions League. And what it has actually done is we can now confirm that the WDF World Champion, Shane McGurk, will be in Group A, and that should be good fun to watch. So, Alex Small, Mervyn King and Jensen Walker, they could be in any which direction. Sam Spivey, Devon Peterson and Reece Robinson, they're the bottom 3. Now, they can only play now in a 2-day group. Small, King, Walker, they are the bubble. McGurk, Campbell, Coulson, they are all confirmed for Group A. So we now know half of the lineup for the first group of Champions Week. And the first 3 names confirmed, well, they're very exciting additions when you consider their form in recent times.
When you look at the way that Mervyn's played this week, which was very dependable and at times very explosive, it paints a very interesting picture, doesn't it? That 4 players have, average-wise, played better than Mervyn has. And I think Alex Small, who looks at that right now, will actually feel really good about the way he played in week 1 because he's averaged better than someone who's won a World Masters 21 years ago and played so well over the course of this week.
How will Steve West be looking back upon this week and looking back upon tonight?
It'll be a bit raw right now. He'll be very disappointed not to get title number 6. But if you consider how he came into this week, maybe a little rusty, not knowing how much comfort he was going to get with the darts in his hand, I think philosophically over the next couple of days, I think he'll be okay. But he'll be desperate to get back here early in Series 11 to try and put it right.
If anything, it's going to burn the fire a bit more, isn't it?
He will be more prepared, I believe, for the next series because he's moved house at the start of this year. It takes an awful lot out of you mentally. And I think when he plays in the Hampshire area and he sharpens his skills over the next 6 weeks, maybe 8 weeks before he returns, I think he'll be very dangerous in the middle of the year.
In terms of Mervyn King and in terms of Champions Week, how dangerous a contender could he be to go on and win the jackpot?
Let's liken him to former champions. Which other former champions could he find himself compared to? The first one is a defending champion, Darius Labanauskas. Mervyn can probably find a higher level of performance. He's maybe a more skilled player than Darius overall. But the range of B game to A game, they've both got that. So maybe a bit like Darius from a previous series. I think he's got every chance. As to whether he plays 5 days going into a potential Champions Night or whether a 2-day group would suit him, you'd have to ask him.
When you look at the lineup the last couple of weeks, Devon Peterson's been added, Mervyn King's been added. In fact, the last few weeks, some big names have been added to the mix. We were calling it the Champions Week of Opportunity not too long ago. But does it feel like now there's a little bit more of an establishment when it comes to the final 12?
I think the picture that's painted now is that we're getting more first-time winners with reputation preceding that success. Devon and Mervyn playing and winning in the last couple of weeks. We're talking about people who have won on the European Tour. And they don't hand those titles out. So there goes that. And then you talk about Derek Coulson, who has basically started his reputation here and taken it elsewhere. Maybe Derek and Mervyn will be on a collision course once again.
It'll be intriguing to see. In terms of tonight, what's been your overall thoughts on it?
I think the 2-ton plus finishes from Mervyn, the big ones, are really going to stand out. I've really enjoyed tonight. I thought the crowd were excellent. In some times gone by, we have seen crowds maybe tip over into being a bit too rambunctious. But I think tonight they were very respectful, with the likes of Tommy Lishman being thrown to the wolves, playing 2 crowd favourites, with Jamie Atkins and, of course, Charlie as well. I think they performed impeccably, but what a great night of darts. Great standard. And, yeah, it's all about the 2-ton plus finishes for me.
But it's all about Mervyn King rediscovering that winning touch. And look, he said that his career 80% done. He still thinks that there's one more big crack, and he still thinks that there's one more go at the tour for him. But what do you think he's going to learn in 2025 as he plays things like the Super Series, things like the Seniors, and maybe a couple of other bits here and there, depending on what he wants to do?
Well, I don't mean to under-egg this, because it is 2018, in the middle of that season, the last time he won something of note. It's a long time. It's basically 7 years. And you can forget how to win. Just ask anybody who's had a drought. The thing is, when you get yourself in a winning position, it doesn't mean you're going to win. You're the one who's got to get over the line. And when he's got this 56, he's thinking, we haven't been in this position for a while. But that will remind him that he can get over the line, and exactly when he wants to, which is right away. So the winning feeling is something he will wake up with tomorrow, and he'll want it again.
Winning breeds winning, right?
Look at people who do that. Bo Greaves, wherever she goes, she wins because she knows how to win. She is okay with the feelings of getting to that winning position. Owen Bates today on the development tour. He's someone who constantly wins. And we can look at other ventures in world darts. When you get a winning run going, keep it going.
Well, Nico, thank you very much for your company as ever. We'll see you Monday morning for the beginning of week 10. And I think it's going to be a little bit faster, a little bit furious. So you might need to book a lunch reservation. Right, plenty coming up on Pluto TV. Coming up next, the latest edition of the Tungsten Talk features Noah Lynn van Leuven. A really intriguing conversation with her about her career. Then tomorrow from 4:30, the newest challenge at the Super Series, the Double Trouble Challenge, features Simon Whitlock and Steve Beaton. That's going to be with us from 4:30, a little bit of a lighter side towards the darts. And then Monday morning, 9:30, we're going to get underway with Series 10, Week 10, Group A is going to get underway. Tom Sykes, who's representing England this weekend, one of the star attractions in that lineup. We're also going to see Jimmy Van Schie back here at the Live Lounge for the first time this year. And don't forget, tickets on sale for the Influencers event tomorrow from 10 a.m. And that is live here on Pluto TV on the 11th of May. 10 a.m, dartshop.tv, the place to be if you're going to get tickets for that. But as far as we're concerned, well, it's a royal appointment here at the Super Series as Mervyn King claims the crown. Bye-bye from us.
Game shot.
And it remains so for Atkins.
It's gone. And Mervyn King is within one leg of the semi-finals. He's still alive.
Tommy Lishman.
He's had to work very hard to get a victory here.
The red bit at the top of the board pretty soon, which is exactly what he does.
He does win the group, and in doing so has taken out Jamie Atkins.
He's finding this target, he becomes a threat for tonight. Steve West.
It would be great. It would be unbelievable. You better believe it. Is staring the final in the face. And he will make the final. He's kept everything quiet. Oh, look at 86. That's interesting. Double 18. Flashy to say the least. This too. It's double 14. West is in another final. It was all about the doubles. Saved the situation. Is he up to the same trick? Oh, not again! Now it is match point.
Game, shot, on the mark. And the winner of the Modus Super Series, Series 10, Week 9, it's the King, Mervyn King!
Mervyn King!
What a finish! What a man! The drum roll finishes, and the target.